or in the conversation. And the chat feature is only for Q&A or for technical issues, please. Okay, next slide. All right, and with that, I will hand it over to Commissioner Darcy L. Houck of the CPUC.
No, we've got
testing 1, 2.
Is this one better? Okay. All right. So good morning. I thank you so much for being here. We've got a really great turnout. This proceeding is very important, as I think most of you are aware, and we're seeing critical weather events throughout the state that are impacting folks, and it's important that the Commission is coming to communities to hear from them, particularly on this issue of community engagement that's so critical to making sure that our regulated utilities are incorporating the information that we as decision makers need into their climate adaptation vulnerability assessment. So I'm really pleased to see so many folks here today from so many different parts of this area. And so we definitely want to hear from you. I'm going to keep my comments short because today is about hearing from all of you and what we need to do to be able to ensure that the direction we're providing to the regulated utilities encompasses what you need to be able to provide information to them, to get information to us to make good decisions. So this is just the first of the discussions that we'll be having throughout the state. Here in Southern California, we will be working with the utilities and all of you to make sure that the decision that comes out of this proceeding is going to be meaningful. And so again, please, we want to have, as Megan said, a respectful but real conversation about the issues that we need to know, both the utilities need to know and that we need to know. And so with that, I have the honor. I just want to introduce the Mayor of Irvine, who is here today, and we're very pleased to have Mayor Farah Khan here, and I want to be able to allow her to make some opening comments and then hear from everyone today. So again, thank you for being here. Mayor?
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. This is so exciting. I think this is the first time that we've been able to host the CPUC here in Irvine, and so welcome if you're new to Irvine. And I think it's important that we're all here because the input that you're going to provide is going to be so critical to the decisions that are going to be made. And so this is important for all of us to be able to listen to one another, to kind of share our experiences and to share our knowledge because moving forward, as we're working towards meeting the goals of our sustainability efforts, we want to make sure
scores in Cal EnviroScreen, which is a state score. And also areas with a median income less than 60% of the state median income. So those all qualify as disadvantaged and vulnerable communities under this proceeding. And the other thing about the CAVAs that it's really important to note is that the CAVAs are intended to be informational documents. They're intended to inform other decision-making later on in the process. So they inform these other reports called risk mitigation or RAMP reports. They also inform the utilities' general rate cases, which is the proceedings within which they get their funding approved, also called the GRCs. And it can also be used in other long-term planning proceedings like integrated resource plans or gas planning. So it's really important to highlight that the CAVAs and the proceeding that we're working on doesn't make any funding decisions. Yeah, we have a question?
Regarding Cal Enviro screen, regarding the Cal Enviro screen and the 25% highest scoring census tracts, the definition page you've given us, thank you for that, mentions 5% pollution burden within the Cal Enviro screen. So this is probably me showing my ignorance. Cal Enviro screen doesn't just look at pollutants as opposed to other forms, or I'm guessing greenhouse gases, since those are generally distinct.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on Cal EnviroScreen, but
it has a number of different criteria in terms of language isolation and health and water, and so there are a number of criteria. Yeah, beyond that.
thanks, Judith. Yeah, so that 5% in Cal EnviroScreen is also part of the definition. Just for brevity, it wasn't on the slide, but those are for folks who or communities that didn't have enough data in Cal EnviroScreen otherwise. So if they have a really high pollution burden score, they're also included. Okay, so and then as I was saying, the CAVAs are supposed to be informational. We're not making investment or funding decisions within this proceeding. So what we're talking about today, we're not specifically talking about funding. It's just about providing a document that can inform those decisions later on. Okay, next slide. And this is just to give you a bit of a flow chart about, we've talked about, okay, the CAVA gets submitted 4 years before the GRC, but I want to give you a little bit of a visual for like what that looks like. So this is a very simplified version, but basically, so you have the community engagement plan that utilities are required to submit. And that's the first thing that they submit in the process. And then 1 year later, they are required to submit their climate adaptation vulnerability assessment, or their CAVA. And then 1 year after that, the information from their CAVA is intended to flow into, and we're not really talking about this today, but just for your awareness, risk assessment mitigation phase, which is just another report that they do on short-term risks, not really related to what we're talking about today. And then the year after that, all of that information can then flow into decision-making within their general rate case proceeding, where their funding is approved, or their income is approved. Okay, next slide. Thank you. All right, and so the most recent thing that has updated or changed within the climate adaptation proceeding is the Commission adopted a new decision on August 1st of this year that specifically focused on updating the CAVA requirements. So it updated the climate science and analysis requirements for the CAVAs with the intent to align with the best available science as pointed to in the California climate assessments via CalAdapt and by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. So specifically, the decision adopted new baseline climate scenarios called SSP, I believe, socioeconomic pathways, 3 through 7. And so basically, the SSPs are just they're basically scenarios of what humans might do into the future in terms of emissions, what kind of policies we might pass, how intense our emissions might be into the future. So that's just different scenarios that the climate models can work with when it comes to what people might be doing going into the future. And it also adopts the global warming level approach to climate modeling. And so what that means is that instead of projecting into the future, at what year will we hit 2 degrees, or at what year will we hit 2.5 degrees, because of the uncertainty of knowing exactly when that might happen, you instead approach it from what will the world look like at 2 degrees? Let's worry less about when that'll happen, but let's prepare. So if we hit this degree of warming, what can we expect? So that's what the global warming approach is, global warming level approach. And the decision also requires that the utilities examine specifically 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius warming levels. And another thing is that the decision ordered the utilities to update their requirements for basically just pointing to these best available science requirements in other long-term planning, in other proceedings as best practice. And in terms of engagement requirements, it requires the utilities to publicly present and seek stakeholder input on a draft of their CAVAs 90 days before they're due, and to make a summary of how they've responded to those comments. And lastly, the decision requires that the utilities demonstrate in their general rate cases or any other applications that they may submit, if their application is informed by information in the CAVAs, then the request that they're making needs to demonstrate incrementality, meaning that the investment they're asking to make wouldn't have happened without accounting for climate change. They need to demonstrate prioritization of projects that they're requesting, as well as the cost effectiveness of the projects that they're requesting and a justification for the projects. So these are all different requirements that were added with this new decision. Okay, next slide. All right, moving back to kind of what we're focusing on today. So there is a specific scope that we are considering when it comes to making changes to community engagement within this decision. And you'll also find this table, because I know it's a lot to take in, on one of your handouts. So maybe flip to the back if you don't see it. But so specifically, we're looking at questions of how should the commission refine requirements for community engagement with disadvantaged and vulnerable communities, and with local governments, and with tribes, and also things like ways to reduce consultation fatigue, or to better coordinate outreach across proceedings potentially, and discussing potential modifications to the definition of disadvantaged and vulnerable community, other guidance that we might not have considered when it comes to engagement more generally, and also methods and scope to determine or measure community adaptive capacity within the CAVA process, these kinds of things. So we'll be talking about metrics a little bit later today, and also how the work within this proceeding might interact with the Commission's Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan. Okay, so you can read that in a little more detail on your handouts. Next slide. So how does this all come back to you and your role here today? And we, again, really appreciate you all being here today. This is an awesome turnout. So we really want to hear your unique perspective about community needs, what barriers are you experiencing when it comes to engagement, and what solutions do you see, what's working, what existing models are out there for engagement that you think we should really consider when it comes to this proceeding. And we want to know about existing opportunities for collaboration, ways we can streamline engagement, ways we can, you know, not reinvent the wheel every time we want to do engagement. And we want to discuss the specific coordinating roles of the local governments, tribal governments, and state government when it comes to community engagement. And again, remember that this is all specifically within the context of climate adaptation for utilities, infrastructure. That's really the focus here today, and at the state and utility level specifically. Okay, and next slide. Any questions? I know that was a lot of information to throw at you at once.
Megan.
Just adding on, as Megan said, this is a lot to throw at everyone. What we do at the commission isn't always easy to follow. It can be really complicated. And so one of the things that I in particular want to hear is how best can we engage the community? This process that we're putting together here to figure out how to ensure we have community engagement, local governments, community-based organizations, tribal governments involved in this process, I think can help provide a document through these CAVAs that can be foundational, that can hopefully make it easier to participate in the other proceedings like the ramps, the general rate cases, and other like distribution planning and other cases that we have that really are going to come to decisions on how much money we spend where and how we have resiliency built up for our regulated utilities. And so having the utilities here today, having all of you here today, this is an opportunity to really talk about where those barriers are, what information you need from the utilities to be able to provide that meaningful input, and what information the utilities are going to need from you to make sure they have the best CAVAs possible, and to be able to relay to you their constraints of what it is that they're having to put into these documents and how things work. So I think it's also an opportunity to talk about how community groups can educate the utilities and how the utilities can educate community groups on what it is we need to get to a place where there's a meaningful document that will make the utilities' job easier to get the resources to communities and make your job easier if you're advocating for something in one of these other proceedings.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner. So with all of that, let you absorb that for a minute, but we are going to move into the lessons learned segment with the utilities. They'll be providing some presentations on what they have done to date when it comes to community engagement within the climate adaptation planning process. And I will then hand it over to Southern California Edison, Anuj Desai, and Stephen Torres.
Gonna see if this is working. How's it sounding? Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity today. Great to see all of you. It's a great turnout. My name is Anuj Desai. I'm responsible for the community engagement work that Edison has been doing, and Stephen Torres here is my colleague who's responsible for the vulnerability assessment filing that we've done to this point. If we could go to the next slide, just wanted to essentially just give you a quick overview of what we're going to cover today. We're going to start with kind of providing some information about the work we've done in the past, and then provide some thoughts around how we think that work could be modified, improved for the future using the guidance questions that you all have on the back of your handouts. Next slide, please. Great, and we can go one more too, please. So we wanted to start by just kind of walking you all through how we think about community engagement. You've heard a little bit about how all these kind of regulatory mechanisms work together, but wanted to offer our own flavor on kind of what is the role of community engagement, how we use it at Edison through those steps. And so we've taken the last life cycle that we worked on, or the last cycle that we worked on is sort of an example to walk you through how basically in 2021, starting on the left, took about 5 months to gather feedback from community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, the Disadvantaged Community Advisory Group, other organizations across the state, to really tell us a little bit about how we should be designing our first community engagement plan. So took that input and then and then eventually filed our community engagement plan in May of 2021. We used that plan to highlight how we were going to put together a group of faith-based organizations and community-based organizations, community leaders essentially from those disadvantaged, vulnerable communities that Megan referred to in the past, to make up what we called our Climate Resilience Leadership Group, or CRLG. We put that group together, worked through a 6-month paid engagement in order to then have them help us develop what we call a community resilience metric and a community impact metric. We use those two community metrics to then inform our vulnerability assessment that we filed in May of 2022, along with kind of a companion paper that was kind of an abridged version of our learnings from that process. And then we then embarked on a 1-year process of identifying what kind of climate-informed investments we felt needed to be made in the grid over the course of a 2025 through 2028 time period. And so what we did is we used the vulnerability assessment as an input to that process that we have. It's a very long-standing operational kind of procedure that we have at the utility around identifying investments for the grid. And what we ended up with this new input that then resulted in about $120 million worth of climate-informed, adaptation-informed investments that we felt we needed to put into the grid over that time period. And so that became part of our general rate case that Megan referred to, which is a proposal that's with the CPUC today, currently under review for decision. What we also did after that period is incorporated some temperature projections into our own planning processes. And then finally, what we've also been doing is taking that vulnerability assessment to meet with over a dozen local governments, tribal government entities, primarily in that disadvantaged, vulnerable community kind of focus areas. We've also continued to meet with our Climate Resilience Leadership Group about 3 to 4 times a year. We sort of use like an alumni network model. It's no longer a paid engagement, but we try to bring them kind of, we try to convene the group and try to continue to kind of grow our adaptation capacity together. And then finally, what we intend to do with those community metrics I referred to earlier, the ones that our community engagement have helped us develop, those metrics are meant to help us prioritize and then implement the investments once we have an approval on our general rate case. So typically, the CPUC will take a utility proposal for investments in the grid, and they won't typically approve all of the investments, right? There's some sort of other amount that's approved. And so our thought process is that we'll be using these metrics that were informed by our community engagement work to then prioritize what investments we will make over that 2025 through 2028 cycle, and have this new input that sort of thinks about equity as part of the investment decision-making framework. Next slide, please. Wanted to just double-click a little bit on this Climate Resilience Leadership Group, just to tell you a little bit more about what we did there. So here, again, we launched this forum in 2021. It consisted of CBOs, community-based organizations, and faith-based organizations from these disadvantaged, vulnerable communities who we identified through an open RFP process, and we did some targeted advertising in order to hopefully attract applicants to the RFP process. What we wanted to do with this group is, as you can see kind of on the right there with the objectives, is kind of find a way to embed equity into how we do our climate adaptation planning and identify investments. We also wanted to do that by developing metrics that we could incorporate into those investment identification processes that we have at the utility today. And then we really, with this group, wanted to make sure that the kind of feedback that we collected from the group didn't really kind of, end up in a report that ended up on a shelf, not kind of quite knowing what was going to happen with it. So it was important for us to connect the community engagement results and the work that was done there to our utility processes. And so the way we did that was we worked with these leaders over this 6-month period to kind of co-design materials, engagement materials. We worked to co-design community engagement plans with them within these disadvantaged, vulnerable communities. And then we also co-designed these surveys that they helped administer throughout these communities. And what the survey results were intended to do we're actually to ground truth, to help us validate the metrics that we were developing. I'll say more about these metrics as we go along, but think of them as kind of desktop exercises that collect a bunch of data that's available publicly. And what we wanted to do is make sure the communities were telling us something that correlated, that kind of linked up with the kind of scoring we were getting from that desktop exercise. I'll just end by saying outcomes. We collected about 800 surveys. This is across over 80 disadvantaged vulnerable communities. By population, they would have represented about 60% of our population, our DVC population, or disadvantaged vulnerable community population. And finally, just before we move on, would love to just quickly acknowledge all of the organizations that helped us do this work, who are on the bottom of the slide, or kind of visually represented with their logos on the bottom of the slide. It was a really great experience for all of us, for the utility, certainly. I think we all learned a lot from each other as well. Next slide, please. And just to kind of finish up this section on the past, lessons learned. For us, as far as during that community engagement plan development process for us, we heard from folks that they encouraged us to work directly with community leaders, to not kind of have a go-between there between the utility and the community leaders. We were told to offer paid engagements. I think this is something we'll talk about a lot today. I think we probably all know need to pay organizations for their time. And also what we hope to do is continue to provide learning opportunities to these organizations as a little bit of a value add. We also, as I mentioned, learn to co-design, co-develop materials, engage in those best practices that are emerging when it comes to community engagement and how to work with leaders. As far as the collaboration itself with these folks, we did find ourselves leaning into what skills our community leaders had, and trying to kind of meet them where they were at and kind of learning together through whatever gaps might exist. We also wanted to be open to perspectives from these community leaders about why they should be considered a DVC, a disadvantaged vulnerable community, even if they aren't sort of showing up on the map as such, and they aren't designated as such. We also certainly learned that tribal engagement is a little different, is quite a bit different from non-tribal engagement. We'll get into both of those points a little bit later in our slides. And then finally, as we reflected further, learned a bit from this process, we did learn that this community resilience metric that we wanted to develop, it was pretty novel and unusual at first, but it's been very well received since. I'm going to sort of touch on that a little bit as we go along. I think that's just important to highlight because we are the utility that's furthest along in this process so far. And then we also felt that it was very difficult to engage all DVCs, which is kind of what the utility, the requirement is of utilities today. Didn't find that to be practical or always possible. I'll touch on that a little bit more as we go along. And then a very important point, I think, for me was that it's really important to think about how those who did participate in our climate resilience leadership group, how we can continue to invest in them. They've become these community leaders on the topic of adaptation within their communities. And there's a lot of opportunity left there, I think, for the utility and beyond the utility to think about how do you keep building that adaptation muscle they've developed. Again, just to end on this slide, we want to take all this and kind of build on this as we move forward. That's kind of SCE's approach, and you'll hear a lot more about that as I keep going along. Is this working? Okay. Next slide, please. You're right. I should just find a setup that works for me. All right. Next slide after this too, please. So just as we start to sort of look ahead, I wanted to highlight for you all that there is there's something unique for SCE in terms of identifying for us that the requirements that as we understand, or the timetable as we understand it for the work that we're doing today, the phase 2 community engagement work, we discovered in our last workshop, or we all heard for those of us who were there, that the plan here is for that work to have a proposed decision in June of next year. And so just want to quickly highlight for you all that our own community engagement plan for the second cycle that we'll be embarking upon is due before that point. And so some of what you'll hear in the next few slides is kind of informed by that perspective of thinking about some of these things perhaps impacting our third cycle more so than our second cycle. Next slide, please. Great. Really wanted to start to use the Commission's questions to walk you through some of our thoughts. They're going to be located kind of on the bottom of the slide for reference. First one's about the development of the community engagement plan. So generally here, our feeling is that the current requirements to gather feedback from external parties around both an outline and then a draft were really good requirements to have for a first effort. We don't tend to believe these requirements, along with kind of the outline that's in the Appendix C of the current decision, is maybe needed for a second effort. We believe that we'd like to build on our prior effort since we found ways to continue engagement with our resilience leadership group and with community leaders since then. And our thought is that maybe that a more useful alternative is sort of a single feedback cycle to our next community engagement plan, knowing we'll have to kind of remind or educate those who are interested about what we've done, how and why we're trying to build on it, and then kind of introduce the new proposed engagement plan that we would have. So our thought is that with a single cycle, we'd be interested in providing multiple opportunities as part of that single cycle if we are authorized to do so. But overall, we think that there's a streamlining opportunity here that's a streamlining opportunity for the utility, but it's also one that would reduce engagement asks of stakeholders who I think do face some, a lot of fatigue and are overburdened with some of the requests that are coming in. If we could go to the next slide, I'd like to say a little bit more about that fatigue. Yeah, so the next question was about ways to reduce consultation fatigue and or coordinate with other proceedings. And so I want to start by acknowledging our understanding is that this fatigue is very real and that the requests certainly extend beyond those that the PUC or utilities might be making of community leaders. And so part of the challenge I think we can address is that as IOUs and the CPUC is that it has to do with the variety of engagement asks that appear to be, that I think come at these faith-based organizations, community-based organizations, other community leaders as kind of stacked or haphazard when they're sort of generated in sort of a siloed, in what I think of, what appears to be sort of a siloed nature of the proceedings and how these engagements are identified for them. So with that backdrop, I just wanted to say that I think there is potential here in building up those organizations, those community leaders who want to work with utilities across the spectrum of issues that the PUC or the utilities may need to learn more about from them. And I think that involves taking a particular approach, one where we combined the lived experience of these leaders with building up their expertise through a consistent set of partners that we work with across engagement efforts. So what I want to highlight on this slide then is that we sort of feel like there's some things that could be done both on the PUC and then the utility end that might help address some of this fatigue. We think one, designing engagement requirements with a full picture is important. We would suggest that requirements, instead of being designed proceeding by proceeding, hopefully there's sort of a check-in process for where all live engagement requirements are sort of considered and understood, and kind of mapping those across proceedings and into this full picture would be very helpful, so that we can sort of create this sense of what are the community needs, what are the community asks that are emerging, and the reason to do this, I think, would be knowing that the resources of community leaders are limited, but also utility options can be limited when it comes to identifying stakeholders to tap. And so I think there isn't always this ability to find a community leader exactly where is needed across a requirement who wants to work with the utility as well. And so I think it just sort of helps us understand that piece. And then Really also just then wanted to work through these boxes to say if diversifying engagement asks in proceedings across a spectrum would be very helpful to be considering as well. I've offered one framework to the right on kind of what type of engagement, kind of what level of engagement can occur, you know, within a community engagement. I'd say the adaptation work is sort of in the 3 to 4. It's in that evolve to collaborate space for Edison, but that it's important to understand that within a spectrum of engagement, it's valuable to understand it's valuable to justify why a particular choice that's being made is the right choice, and that there is some awareness across proceedings of what level of engagement is being asked for. Third and fourth on these from the top, staggering engagement requirements I think are very important, and then closing gaps on pay. If those 4 things could kind of be addressed, I think there's potential on the utility side to sort of then be operating and thinking about a single roster model of community leaders that we work with. And that model would help us to find community partners, offer to them in sort of a structured manner various paid engagement opportunities that are available to them, which they can then decide to kind of yay or nay, want to do this one, don't want to do that one. And then I think the kind of the value really that could emerge is really giving these community leaders the opportunity to think about how they can build their own capacity, how they can dedicate resources to kind of better understanding all the different aspects, the complexity of CPUC work, of grid work, and the different areas that we'd like for them to engage on, but that we probably need to understand that we need to invest in over time in a more structured fashion. I think with that, we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so over here, just wanted to highlight that there were some questions, a question being asked about the DVC definition. PG&E in the last workshop kind of answered this question, I think, thinking about the DVC definition is both too broad and too specific. It was a characterization that we agreed with, but I think probably for slightly different reasons. Too broad because you can see the second box here. It is a lot of ground to cover. It's a very big population when we consider that the application of the DVC definition in this proceeding is for utilities to engage with all DVCs currently. We find this difficult. I've referred to this already. It can be difficult to find community leaders who have the time to engage on what amounts to a pretty deep level of engagement. We had a paid 6-month opportunity to dedicate that amount of time across all DVCs, and to find a community leader who can do that can be challenging, is challenging. And then too specific. Really just wanted to highlight that the way the DVC definition is then kind of utilized for our community engagement work and the requirements that emerge around it. We did find that it does not necessarily allow us to emphasize and best understand whether we're getting representation from key hard-to-reach populations. Could be the elderly, could be folks who don't speak English as a first language, could be small businesses. There are various segments of the population that could be considered hard to reach that are harder to focus on with that all DVC requirement of today. And then also just heard through our own experiences with our resilience leadership group that specifically in a community like Mammoth, that that full-time residents consider themselves part of this DVC designation, though it wasn't emerging for them on the map. But those who have second homes in an area like that really start to skew the income data and really live a different life, right, in those communities. And so we were in the moment we elected to be responsive to that narrative that was put in front of us. But again, it's that DVC designation and the way we kind of focus on that. We do need to acknowledge it's a binary designation that kind of identifies communities as either in or out, and that can have gaps as well. That can create some gaps as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, so local government engagement. So this was another question that was asked. And really from our perspective, what we've tried to do, I think I referred to this earlier, is we've talked about a dozen different local governments, a little over that, who are primarily in that disadvantaged vulnerable community designation. And our own feeling and findings that I think are backed by some research as well, is that these conversations with local governments can be most productive when the vulnerability assessment work that we've done on the utility end is localized for a particular region or a particular community. And that, so in order to do that, to get to that point of localizing what we've discovered through our vulnerability assessment, our own feeling is that that work is probably more effective after a vulnerability assessment is done. That's when we have the material to kind of engage at a level that's pertinent to a local government. But also, I think what we also need to acknowledge and understand is, I think from some of the research that we gathered here in the slide, is that it is not local governments do struggle to find the resources in-house to be able to talk to us about this work. A lot of this vulnerability assessment work is done by technical consultants who are hired for them and not on staff. But also there's so many local competing priorities as well, of course, for these leaders. Just as far as kind of wrapping up this piece, we do feel it's a very important piece for us to be engaging with local governments on the findings from our vulnerability assessment, trying to find collaboration points. But because they are strapped in the ways that they are, and because of the timing, the sequence of when we generate our own work, we think a lot of that work is most effective when it's done after a vulnerability assessment's generated. Next slide, please. Tribal engagement. So here, I'll just touch on a few points here that I think we'll return to this topic as we go throughout the day. For us, we felt that tribal engagement certainly differed from non-tribal engagement, but there are some things I'd like to walk you through on this slide that I believe are kind of unique to SCE. And so if the commission and others are thinking about tribal engagement requirements, I think flexibility is really important across the various service areas, maintaining that. So for us, our tribal consultation, our work in this area, again, we had a member who's part of our climate resilience leadership group who helped us do all of our tribal engagement. And what we discovered is working with that member is that we really needed to take a different approach to tribal engagement. And probably the main kind of finding was that as we attempted to administer these surveys, the tribes elected to provide us with a single survey response on behalf of their entire tribe that sort of went through their governance structure. Whereas on the non-tribal side, when we were administering surveys in communities, it was one survey, one person, one individual, one community member. So this led to us kind of splitting our findings and our analysis between tribal analysis and findings and non-tribal to better understand these survey results. And then the other thing I wanted to highlight as well is that, and I think this is important from our perspective at least, around maintaining flexibility, is that we happen to have a single representative who was able to approach all of our tribes and kind of collect that work and engage with them. I think that was a relatively unique situation. I'm not sure other IOUs had that experience. So it's something we, again, I've said this earlier, we're looking to kind of build on what we've done in the past. So we'd be looking for the flexibility that allowed us to do that kind of community engagement. Next slide, please. I think this question, so 1.6 is a question I think the commission asked around kind of what kind of, how should we be determining community adaptive capacity rather, as we think about climate adaptation. And so for SCE, I referred to this a little bit earlier, we've developed a community resilience metric, which is our measure of adaptive capacity that we've developed along with the community's sensitivity to impacts. And so our community resilience metric, there's 37 indicators in that metric across environmental, socioeconomic, critical infrastructure, and other categories of information that are available at, I think it's a census block level or a census tract?
Yeah,
census block. Okay, thanks. And just for reference, the disadvantaged community metric that just came up, that has 21 indicators. So we're sort of taking some of those and adding on to that. And we designed this metric using input from our climate resilience leadership group. We also held some workshops with analysts outside the company, and then we also worked with the RAND Corporation on developing the metric as well. The CRM, this community resilience metric and its development has also been incorporated into research by Sandia National Labs since on equitable utility investment. This was done in partnership with the CPUC. And we feel we need, for Edison at least, we feel like we need this kind of measure for understanding how to consider equity in our investments. Again, that binary designation of a disadvantaged vulnerable community is not enough for our own investment decision making, is our own thinking here. And so because of the ways we've kind of invested in the development of this metric, with others providing input, and how it's also been used since its development, we feel like the community resilience metric is our go-forward solution and for incorporating adaptive capacity. So we would advocate that any additional requirements around adaptive capacity continue to enable this pathway, at least for Edison. With that, I think we can go to the next slide. I think, Stephen, you're up.
Yeah, so I wanted to, we wanted to sort of bring together sort of the broader ESG sort of goals and objectives, which is mentioned in question 2 from the scoping questions, and sort of kind of match it to the scope of the CAVA community engagement. So in terms of the alignment of this proceeding with the ESG action plan goals, this proceeding primarily addresses how we convene, if you would, key stakeholders. But I think what we're trying to communicate in this slide is that meaningful adaptation actions across local jurisdictions, across CBOs, really necessitates building capacity across those local jurisdictions, addressing that crisis of capacity that Anush just mentioned. For those stakeholders then to be equipped to then engage in what we call joint adaptation projects opportunities through catalyzing projects. So I think the IOUs are well positioned, right, to sort of enable that convene pillar, right? But there's additional actors and state agencies that really need to come together to solve the other 2 pillars of this framework. So next slide, please. So when we sort of actually map the ESG goals with the scope of this proceeding, the CAVA-related community engagement addresses some of the ESG action plans goals, but not all, right? And this broader capacity building and public partnership development is really needed to achieve the other goals. So what we try to do here is to kind of help you kind of see how the other 2 pillars potentially help you broaden the achievement of the ESG goals. So I think that's all we prepare for you today. I hope it was helpful, at least to bring one utility perspective and for you all to kind of understand our journey and where we think we should be going in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you to Anuj and to Stephen for that great presentation. Now, before we get into SDG&E and SoCalGas's presentations, we actually have a short break scheduled, I believe. So yeah, we're gonna take a quick 15-minute break where you're free to, bathroom break, water break, step outside, see the sun for a couple minutes, or just, network, say hello to people. And we will reconvene, let's see, what time is it? We will reconvene at 10:45. We're a little ahead of schedule, but that's good. More time to discuss.
Check, check.
We'll go ahead and get started here in just a second.
Thank you.
All right, folks, go ahead and find your seats. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of other opportunities to network throughout the afternoon. All righty. So I believe that next up we have San Diego Gas and Electric. Brianna Hagen is here to talk about their lessons learned, and I will go ahead and hand it over to Bree.
Thank you. Is this working? You can all hear me? Awesome. All right, so thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Before we get started with the presentation, I just want to note that SoCalGas and SDG&E will be presenting together. We felt that this would kind of reduce redundancy, as a lot of our experiences and lessons learned were pretty similar across the outreach process for both utilities. Sorry, my name is Brianna Haugen. I'm the Climate Adaptation Advisor with San Diego Gas and Electric. And with me is Jeff and Vanessa. I'll have them introduce themselves as we go forward, if that works for you. Okay, awesome. All right. Next slide. Nope. All right, so the agenda for our presentation is really got 4 parts. The first part will just kind of give a little bit of background on the timeline where we are in this process. Just to note, SoCalGas and SDG&E have a little bit different timeline than PG&E and SCE. And so just to kind of give a brief overview of where we are. And then second, we'll go over a little bit of background on SDG&E's outreach process to date, and then 3 key learnings from that community outreach engagement, among many, but just kind of like the 3 solid key learnings. And then I'll pass it to Jeff, and he will go over SoCalGas's background in their community engagement process, community engagement plan, and then 3 key learnings from that process as well. And then lastly, we'll kind of pivot to speaking more specifically to the Phase 2 Task 2 issues and scoping questions. All right. Next slide, please. All right, so I know this is really small writing and small numbers, so apologies there, but essentially this is where both Semper utilities are in this process, right? So 2018, CPUC released the climate adaptation OAR rulemaking, and since then that rulemaking has really kind of evolved, evidenced by the fact that we're here today, which is great, always trying to learn from the process. And then throughout that process, really trying to both complete our climate adaptation vulnerability assessments. And then you can kind of see the last really 4 years have been focusing on community engagement and outreach relevant to this proceeding. And so really the first kind of half of that outreach was focusing on building relationships with organizations and with tribes and attending events. And then the second kind of half now is really been switching more to the technical side. So once we have results on kind of how we see that climate changing and the vulnerabilities that the utilities face, really kind of shifting the conversation to more of that kind of technical side. And one important thing to note, or a couple things that are important to note, is one, we actually just filed, each of us filed the community engagement plan in May of this year, as opposed to the other utilities. And we actually have yet to file our climate adaptation vulnerability assessment. That will be filed in May of next year. So I guess that's important to note, as opposed to PG&E and SCE, we have yet to finish our kind of first round or our first cycle of this entire vulnerability process. So just one thing to keep in mind. Next slide, please. Next slide again. All right, so I'll transition into some of the background on engagement and the 3 key learnings from this process. I wanted to start by just kind of giving an overview of the prioritized communities in the SDG&E service area. So this is a map of what previously you heard the term disadvantaged vulnerable communities, the DVC, that's a CPUC term. And this is the map of the green, and the other colors are kind of where those communities are located in our area. You've got 17 different sovereign tribal governments, 18 different reservations, and then really the communities are focused in kind of North County, San Diego Central, South Bay, and then Southeast San Diego. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, the key is just a little bit hard to read from here.
Yes.
Can you run down what those colors actually represent?
Yeah, so that is outlining what the DVC definition includes. And so the first one is the top 25% of CalEnviroScreen. So previously mentioned, there's 21 indicators that make up CalEnviroScreen. So there's pollution burden. I'd have to look at the exact specific indicators, but so that's that part. And then the second, the purple, is the top 25% of CalEnviroScreen and 60% below median household income. I know, it's so small. And then the kind of the yellow is the top 25% of CalEnviroScreen, 60% below median household income, and the highest 5% of the pollution burden. And then lastly, that kind of lighter green is 60% below median household income. And so the key is a little bit weird, but you've got the main components are, you've got the tribal lands, highest 5% of pollution burden, 60% below median household income, and your top 25% of CalEnviroScreen. Does that help answer? Okay, cool. And then I guess a couple other notes about the SDG&E service area. It is geographically pretty diverse. It's not the biggest service area, but it's really diverse, right? So we've got coastal areas, inland, mountainous areas, and then all the way to the east, you've got desert areas. And so with that comes varied climate concerns. So in the backcountry, where a lot of the tribal reservations are located, wildfire is definitely a huge priority and a concern, right? As well as extreme heat. On the coastal areas, it might be more focused towards sea level rise and flooding. And so although all of these concerns we heard were important across every community, it really does, we got to look at the community and where they're located geographically to kind of understand what those priorities are for climate concerns. All right, next slide, please. All right, so I'll just briefly go over kind of the 5 pillars that that we did to complete this community engagement process or community engagement plan, which again was filed in May of this year. So the first was collaborating with the San Diego Regional Climate Collaborative, or SDRCC, and Darby's the director, and she's sitting next to me, and Brenda's in the audience, and they are amazing. Plug for SDRCC. But basically, they're a resilience hub for trusted cross-jurisdictional collaboration. Previously, SDRCC developed an equity-first approach to climate adaptation with SANDAG, and it's a really awesome resource full of really good information about equitable climate adaptation approaches and best practices, and pretty much a foundational document. I would recommend checking it out. The second thing that we did was a CBO and local government survey. And so deployed a survey to 506 local organizations, really trying to gauge awareness of adaptation, that on the adaptation options that have happened in communities to date, and then any awareness of the decision itself. And then after we kind of looked at the results from these surveys, did additional interviews with different CBOs and local governments to kind of have additional conversations and dive deeper into these topics. The third pillar was, or is, the Public Climate Resilience Survey, which is actually on our website and is meant to be kind of a low barrier way to engage with individuals, right? So it's like a 6-question survey. It's really short. It's basically gauging interest, or not interest, awareness of concerns around climate change, and interest in participating in the CAVA, or the vulnerability assessment process. So I mean, pretty much anyone, if you want to go on the website, can take that survey, and it's kind of meant to be a baseline as we go through this process. And then fourth is the Equity First framework, and so co-created with SDRCC the recommendations for Equity First community engagement for climate adaptation planning efforts. It is a mouthful, but it is awesome. And it really serves as the guiding framework for kind of the process and the community engagement plan that SDG&E put forward. And then lastly, we heard from communities that it's really important to just, at the end of the day, to show up and be present and to keep showing up. And so part of that is community events, really. So not only going to different community events, but last year we hosted 4 different community events and then 3 different webinars on the community engagement plan itself. And so really just, again, showing up to these events. Next slide, please. All right, so I'll just get into the 3 key learnings pretty briefly. The first key learning that we heard from communities when we were doing the outreach process was ongoing concerns about affordability impacts, right? And that was kind of, you could break that down into basically 2 different themes. Excuse me. One was communities' concern over or worry that adaptation investments or adaptation options might increase rates. And so that was a worry we heard from communities. The second was they brought up frustration over other costs that may be related to climate change mitigation. So costs such as home electrification, concerns that were relevant as well, such as insurance and how climate change impacts insurance as well. And so these were also kind of brought into the conversation as we were speaking to different communities. And then at the bottom here of these next 3 slides are just a couple example actions of that SDG&E has taken so far. So, for example, after hearing this feedback, SDG&E in the events that we attended brought materials on our different, different programs that as resources for communities. Next slide, please. Okay, so the second key learning was the importance of feedback loops. And this is, again, kind of broken down into 2 sub-themes, right? One is clarity. So communities emphasize that they need to know how and where their input was utilized by SDG&E, and then indicating that clarity on their efforts, would help with motivation and active engagement. And then second, accountability. So communities express that need for accountability from SDG&E, which is built through those feedback loops, and transparency, right? And so if a community provides feedback, if SDG&E or what SDG&E does with that or does not do with that feedback has to be communicated back, right? So rather than just taking information and not coming back to them, always making sure that whatever it is, if it's an action or it's not an action, it has to be communicated back, and the why. So some example actions taken so far is created the Equity First Community Climate Coalition. Again, a mouthful, so we call it the EC3, which is almost worse because it's another acronym. But and Rodolfo is actually part of the EC3. Basically, it's a group of 10 different CBOs that kind of have helped guide through this process and give their expert input and kind of be part of this process as we've moved along. And then additionally, making sure information is accessible on the website, doing ongoing newsletters, events, and meetings. Next slide, please. And then the last key learning was alignment, and that can be split into internal and external alignment, right? So making sure that within the utility, there's different teams and different branches that are focusing on outreach and engagement, and making sure that it's not these individual teams that are going out and requesting feedback from communities or talking to communities, but really understanding first, can we internally align and make sure that that message externally is an efficient use of communities' time. And then again, second, externally, so making sure that can SDG&E communicate with the city, with the county, with different entities in the region, so that we're, again, efficiently kind of using those resources. So an example of actions taken so far was the creation of an internal working group within SDG&E. It's called the Outreach and Equity Steering Committee. And it's essentially just the different teams within the utility that are working within the outreach and engagement space, and kind of getting everyone together and talking about best practices. What events are you going to? Can we collaborate on events? Things like that. And then participation in tribal working groups, and then local government groups, local groups such as the Sea Level Rise Working Group, which is led by SDRCC. All right, so that was the background. I'll pass it to Jeff.
Thank you, Bree. Next slide, please. So, hi everyone, I'm Jeff Danker, Public Policy and Planning at SoCalGas. I'm a certified environmental planner with about 15 years of working on climate issues on utility and energy topics. I've been involved with this Adaptation OIR since 2018. So it's crazy to think that was 6 years ago we were doing workshops in San Francisco. And so major props to everyone involved for all the tremendous work that's taken place over half decade now. So excited to be here today and share some of the progress SoCalGas has made implementing our community engagement plan as we strive for our climate vulnerability assessment, which will be filed early next year. Next slide, please. So I wanted to start with a map of the disadvantaged and vulnerable communities that we have in the SoCalGas service territory. To quickly share the color guide, the 25% highest scoring Cal Enviro screens are in the orange. The census tracts with the highest 5% pollution burden is in red. The census tracts with the median household income less than 60% is in blue, and tribal lands are in yellow. And then you can see a few blacked out squares where we don't provide service. That's either Southwest Gas or San Diego Gas and Electric in those squares. As you can see from the map, it's a large area of our service territory. It's about 50% of our land, over 50% of our customers. It mostly overlaps Southern California Edison. We have City of Los Angeles, City of Pasadena, a few municipal utilities, but pretty much has the same DVC kind of numbers that Edison shared earlier. A tremendous task. Nearly 8 or 9 million customers located in these areas. Next slide, please. So wanted to share a little bit of background about the development of our community engagement plan, which was ultimately filed this year, and then how that is flowing with our climate vulnerability assessment, which we have only a few more months before we need to file in Q1 of next year. And so I wanted to start off by saying all of our outreach and all of our engagement was grounded both in DACAG's Disadvantaged and Community Advisory Group through the CPUC and CEC. They have their own equity framework, as well as the CPUC's Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan. And so we were able to have the benefit of using these as guiding documents to kind of set the foundation of all the work we were to participate in the development of this CEP. Taking it a step further, we also hired a local grassroots organizing firm to actually put together and host some trainings for our staff and our partners that were going to participate in this outreach. We focus specifically on techniques and cultural competencies for engaging in disadvantaged and vulnerable communities. Really proud that we were able to extend the invite beyond the climate teams and involved our community relations, our public affairs departments, our customer services departments, our account executives, anyone that was doing outreach in the disadvantaged and vulnerable communities. We wanted them to have this background and this skill set, and also an online resource that they can go back to as new folks come on board. We also did a broad CBO survey similar to what Bree talked about, where we surveyed community-based organizations and nonprofits in the service territory to gauge their interest both in this actual proceeding and then also to gauge expertise and interest on climate change and resiliency issues at large. Really happy with the response that we got, and we're able to establish what we called regional advisory boards. So we got CRLG, we got RABS, and now I'm going to mess up yours, EC3? EC3. And so the concepts are pretty similar. You get a group of leaders from community-based organizations. We really tried to have a focus on those that are providing direct services to disadvantaged and vulnerable communities. So we had youth groups, we had elderly groups, we had ADA disability groups, food insecurity, affordable housing, environmental issues, cultural and tribal organizations, organizing and kind of grassroots types organizations, and really had tremendous geographic diversity throughout this as well. As you saw earlier in the service territory, we go Mexico to Fresno and basically everywhere in between. And so, as you can tell, as it's easy to understand, it's quite the diverse service territory in terms of cultural differences, but also in terms of climate differences. And so that's why we felt it was important to create these regional advisory boards. So we're able to dive deep into the impacts of each specific region. And I can share a little bit more of that on the next slide. But I also wanted to add that we had a concentrated kind of custom approach to tribal engagement, where we did direct outreach to the 9 tribes that had land in our service territory, but also had SoCal Gas physical infrastructure. This was just to start the conversation, but I wanted to add that I agree with some of the sentiments made earlier that this requires a tailored approach, and it can be quite different than engaging with disadvantaged and vulnerable communities on different issues. But I want to stress the importance and the amount of information that SoCal Gas has learned, and I myself have learned from engaging these communities on topics that never would have come up in the proceeding or in any of the materials, especially related to cultural resources. So I'm glad we have our liaison Vanessa here to share some further insights on tribal engagement, but very proud of the work we were able to do reaching out to those communities. Next slide. I want to reiterate that we really believe in this regional approach. We broke our regional advisory boards into 4 regions. What we call Northern, which is, for you Northern Californians, is Central California, Orange County Coastal Region, Los Angeles County Region, and then Inland Southern California as well. I highlighted, the cultural and socioeconomic differences that are crucial to understand, and some of the history behind these regions, and also the climate impacts and the modeling were varying significantly. And so, we talked to the Los Angeles region, and we were talking about landslides and ground movements, and we even had a tornado in Los Angeles County. In the inland, it was all about floods and wildfires. We were out there in the summertime. Up north, extreme heat, drought, subsidence, issues to agriculture were a very big deal. And then in Orange County, we had a lot of our coastal issues coming up, sea level rise, coastal erosion, coastal flooding, things like that. We also noticed that opinions and kind of the passion behind topics also aligned with the time of year. And so people are very passionate about what they're seeing that week and that month and on the news right then, and can sometimes, I don't want to say care less about, but it's just not top of mind when you see fires in your backyard to talk about sea level rise that may not be a big issue to folks. But we still think that this regional approach makes a lot of sense, and we look forward to kind of continuing this format as we kind of develop the CAVA and as we do our second iteration of this work. So next slide, I wanted to share just some key learnings, and then we'll kind of, Bree and I together, we'll kind of go through the questions like Edison did to talk about some of the specific takeaways. But really wanted to address kind of building trust and meeting people where they are. And we heard this throughout all of our regional advisory boards, that utilities, and SoCalGas is not immune to this, can often have a lack of trust when going to the community. And we really need to show that we're meeting people where they are, that we're putting things into plain language, and that there's consistent follow-up, that we're not doing a workshop and disappearing, that we are continuing to be part of the community and part of the conversation. We also need to understand that climate change is a pretty technical topic and can very quickly get into modeling and quantifying and projections and talking about very far off scenarios. Where a lot of our CBOs, we love that they were providing direct services, but oftentimes, we're dealing with issues other than climate change, obviously. And so the topic at times can be kind of long range compared to some of the homeless and food security issues that some of our CBOs are working with. But just wanted to highlight that that's one of the things that we heard as well. So we really saw the importance of educating communities in language that's understandable and in language that's actionable, and that you need to really educate and provide resources and materials before you expect engagement. And so we tried to do that through longer term CBO partnerships. We, similar to Edison, we compensated over a 6 to 8 month time period with check-ins in between the workshops. And we thought that was conducive to allowing people to have time to kind of absorb information before expecting to give feedback. Also want to highlight the importance of co-creating materials. We had awesome regional advisory boards that were willing to put pen to paper, and so we developed survey questions together. We actually had kind of board bylaws of how the board's going to operate and meet and stuff like that people coalesced around, and then allowing those iterative steps that were highlighted, either of sharing our outline, getting feedback on the outline, sharing the draft, getting feedback on the draft, and then showing people where we're at before the filing was taking place. Next slide, please. Another key finding was just having genuine and continued engagement, and this plays into the importance of feedback loops. We heard loud and clear that CBOs and community leaders want to see how their feedback is being incorporated, and ultimately what's the benefit for them and for their community members. And so, we want to show that we've been an active part of community, and so aside from our RABs, when community events or community workshops were brought up or recommended, we tried our best to be there. I know, Tracy, for your conference, we tried our best to make sure we had a booth there, that we're meeting you at a forum that is meaningful for you, and tried to add value best we can. And we continue to do that and look for opportunities to do that as we kind of further socialize this concept past our CBO RABs and really into the DVCs that they serve. And just really that, this concept that we're incorporating climate into all of our outreach activities. And so we're trying to break down silos internally with public affairs and community relations and customer programs, people that have their own marching orders on how to do engagement. And we're making sure that climate is front and center and they have the resources and materials they need to make sure that we're getting out there and allowing folks to understand there's an opportunity to engage. So final one, and then I'll kick it back to Bree. One of the key findings we had was on equity and cultural competence, and so, you know, we heard loud and clear that we need to provide communication and education materials through various sources, but making sure that it's digestible and actionable. And so we've had lots of discussion around accessibility, about putting all of our technical documents into plain language, to allowing for co-creation when it comes to survey or one-pagers or outreach materials, to make sure that our CBO leaders and ultimately the DVCs that they represent have the opportunity for feedback before we go public or before we share things more broadly. Also had some great ADA representatives, and so we heard them loud and clear and made everything we do accessible for vision impaired, and having screen readers with all our materials as well. And we continue to keep kind of ADA concerns front and center as we develop strategies. So we have some further thoughts on CPUC's questions that we'll jump into. But for right now, I'll kick it back to Bree.
All right. So yeah, now we'll focus a little bit more on the scoping, task 2 scoping questions. Next slide, please. So the format for the remainder of these slides is essentially the scoping questions up at the top left, and then any relevant feedback from the community engagement process is below, as well as any comments from SoCalGas or and SDG&E. So for this first question, it really asks, is there additional guidance needed regarding the purpose and intended outcomes for the CEP and DVC consultation process? So we really wanted to just convey and reiterate what we heard from communities in this process, which was pretty consistent throughout the entire process, which was the long timeline and complex process pose a barrier to trust building and CBO participation. And then secondly, the lack of immediate action pathways can hinder interest in this effort. And I think this was also echoed by PG&E in the previous workshop. Next slide, please. All right, so the next question then focuses on, are there ways to reduce consultation fatigue and or coordinate with other preceding outreach processes? So again, feedback from the community engagement process was, yes, engagement fatigue from communities is very prevalent. And 2, CBOs and other external partners are providing the same feedback through multiple channels, right? Which can be really difficult if you're a community member and having to say the same, provide the same information, same best practices to not only just the same different teams within the same utility or the same entity, but also, to the city, to the county, to all the different processes that happen, right? Providing the same feedback, I think, is exhausting, and especially if that support isn't there. So going to kind of SDG&E and SoCalGas's comments, there needs to be that continued value of engagement through comprehensive compensation. And when we say comprehensive compensation, we're really referring to not just, okay, the CBO did this event or did this thing for an hour, here's compensation for that hour of showing up and doing that event, but really understanding that it goes beyond that and valuing the expertise and the deep knowledge that these communities and these tribes have around a lot of these topics. And so the compensation really needs to be more holistic rather than just compensating for the hour or the time. And then secondly, really speaking to how multiple proceedings might be aligned for efficient use of community members' time. One thing would be to, again, we've mentioned this before, but align internally, right? And I think one of the big things that could help that, or we believe that could help that, is sharing data. And this gets kind of tricky because especially when you're talking about communities and individuals, a lot of that data can be confidential, data sovereignty, but where possible and to the extent possible, sharing that data is really crucial, right? So even within SDG&E, if another team went and did a survey, with a CBO group, can we see that information? Can we leverage that? And then I guess building off of that, when we any outreach efforts that happen, consolidating those outreach efforts. So understanding, I think from a proceeding standpoint, what are all the different regulations that different teams within the utility, across utilities have to comply with or are doing, so that we can consolidate some of those efforts, right? And I think that starts with understanding and awareness of what all those different proceedings and all those different things are. And then second or third, I guess, one of the things that we found is even where there is desire and awareness of consolidating some of those outreach efforts, the timeline doesn't always allow for that, right? So one proceeding might require outreach and engagement, in the next 3 months in order to file, and another proceeding might require outreach next year or at a different timeline. So understanding where those timeline kind of overlaps happen and what that landscape looks like, so can kind of coordinate across those different teams doing different outreach. Next slide, please. All right, and then the next question refers to, are there any modifications to the definition of DVC? And feedback from the community engagement process, again, one, many CBOs provided direct feedback that they found the DVC term offensive. CBOs noted that disadvantaged vulnerable communities fails to recognize historic and systemic inequities and influences. I think, a lot of people wouldn't want to be referred to as vulnerable or disadvantaged, right? And then lastly, a few CBOs were reluctant to rely on CalEnviroScreen as the primary screening tool. And so really SDG&E and SoCalGas, I guess, suggests the consideration of input from communities on a preferred term. All right, I will pass it to Vanessa.
Good morning, everyone. Yat Eshe Vanessa Yinshket, Twahanin Shlakiani Bashashin. So I introduced myself just with my clans because I think it's important in this setting where I think culture is really important, language, and that connection to your plant animal relatives. And so that's how we've been taught to be a part of the land relationship. And so I think that's where I want to start, is just to give you a little bit more context on the question. Before you get into this question, is that Bree mentioned we have 17 tribal nations. They're all very diverse. They're all in high fire threat districts. And so we have to understand just the historical context on why they no longer have coastal access, why their current location doesn't allow them for the same economic opportunities. And I think this holistic approach on how we approach our work with tribes is really key. And Commissioner mentioned earlier the importance of educating the not just tribes, but tribes have a lot to educate to us around this, and they've really been the leaders around climate change. They've been doing this work before it became a buzzword, and I think that's related to the land relationship that tribes have always had. And there's so much to learn from the hundreds of years of age-old science from their observation of their environment. And so I think this context is really important as we think about how we're approaching tribes. So I'll go ahead and get right into the question around what are those refinements of our tribal consultation processes. We, under the our outreach around the SEP process, tribes have provided insight into our approach. So we first went to the Southern California Tribal Chairmen's Association, where they were very specific about making sure we're outreaching to each tribe, being that they're diverse, they have different resources. Some have climate adaptation plans set in place, others do not. Some have resources, whole environmental programs, and others do not. And so our tribal approach is separate from other outreach, as mentioned, from all the different IOUs, and it really demands concentrated attention and resources for each tribe. And so one of the things I want to highlight here is that that also oral traditions. Earlier I mentioned culture, but I think we need to be having dialogue one-on-one with tribes, because there's a lot of this information and traditional knowledge is passed down orally, and so we need to be very intentional and have purpose on how we want to gather and engage tribes. And I think one of the highlights in just working with tribes is they can connect their creation stories, their land relationships to areas, and tie it back to their vulnerabilities to the land. But at the same time, I think there's a lot of approaches that they have, especially in terms of wildfire mitigation and wildfire priorities that they have. So this allows us to learn and improve our processes. Next, we have talking circles that were really successful, both at SoCalGas and over at SDG&E. At SDG&E, we went to the tribal working group, where we, again, were given feedback that we must engage tribes separately. So that's where we can segue into some of the comments that we have on the right hand, is where we were told we need to understand the values of the tribes. Reciprocity is huge. And when we talk about reciprocity, one of the things they mentioned is we can't do an adequate job on the outreach if we're not also training our internal staff about tribal sovereignty, about some of the cultural resources and the priorities that each of the tribes have. So that's been, really important in this process. We're working to put together a cultural competency training for our internal staff. There's also other values that are really key. I think we also need to, in terms of reciprocity, we also need to invest into the tribal initiatives that are already happening. Again, as I mentioned, tribes are way ahead of the game. They have done so much in the area of climate adaptation. Tribes are working together around microgrids. They have fire crews, and there's cultural burning is huge, and there's a lot of priorities around what tribes are doing. And I think we need to not just be going out and trying to get their feedback, but we need to actually say, this is what we're going to invest in. How are we going to invest in the initiatives that are already happening from the tribal communities? We also coordinate tribal proceedings to respect time and resource commitment, which I think Bree already talked about. But again, that's the direct results in investing in tribal priorities. We internally are working to coordinate a lot of the outreach that's happening. Earlier, we talked a little bit about the fatigue around consultation. I can't even keep up with all the different proceedings that impact tribes, and I'm always trying to stay on top of it, because a lot of times tribes don't even realize that this is impacting them. And so we really need to look out when we're talking about the different proceedings, how are tribes being impacted, and how do we need to get up or get in front of those a lot sooner so that they're a part of that decision making. And then lastly, continue to evaluate impacts of climate change on cultural resources. As I mentioned, cultural resources protection is incredibly important to tribes, and with the extreme weather, flooding, wildfire, those are all huge concerns because that exposes a lot of the cultural resources. And at this point, even the recovery doesn't respect tribal sovereignty. And so how do we ensure that we're making that tribes are involved in the recovery, and how do we ensure that they're again at the decision-making table? So there's I think more at the roundtable that we can talk about, but I'll stop there and hand it back off to Jeff.
Thank you, Vanessa. So we'll go to the next question. And this one asks about additional guidance regarding methods and scope to determine community adaptive capacity. And so I will reiterate again that we are a few years behind the process of Edison, who is a little more advanced on these community metrics on adaptive capacity. What I just want to share some of the thoughts that we heard from the community members that we worked with when we kind of spent a lot of time going through what is adaptive capacity, what does it entail, who's best equipped to do this. We basically came to the conclusion that community adaptive capacity is pretty complicated, and there's not a set methodology on how to determine for each community or each DVC that we serve. We had a lot of discussion of who should be determining community adaptive capacity. It was kind of widely agreed upon that utilities are kind of a wonky person or actor to be determining community adaptive capacity. It gets into all sorts of stuff that are outside the bailiwick of energy or utilities. There's a lot of opinions that CBOs themselves should be involved in doing this. A lot of people pointed to local governments and said, oh, I know LA County has got their own adaptive capacity assessment as part of their safety element. Is there a way we can synthesize that? But it was agreed upon that that at least in the SoCalGas conversations, that it might make sense to have some coalesce around at least the methodology of how to get to an adaptive capacity, maybe not a specific prescribed tool, but just how the utilities should work with the communities ultimately to get there. So our recommendation is that we believe community adaptive capacity is best measured through a local place-based approach that's informed by the community and is community-led in terms of the metrics that they find are essential and also available for those specific communities. I also wanted to share that we plan to have a further discussion on this. We have some RAB workshops coming up in the very near future where we're going to discuss some of these metrics that are available. RAND and PG&E thankfully went through this process and have some published materials that we plan on sharing and getting input on. And SDG&E is also leaders in this work as well. And so we look forward to hearing what the community has to say about some different community adaptive capacity metrics. Final slide. This one has to do with what are the impacts on ESJ communities of actions taken in this proceeding. Obviously, we need to survey folks on the effectiveness of our engagement, so I don't want to toot our own horn too much because we're going to get some survey responses that are going to be very real on how we did on this topic. I hope people think that we increased the opportunity for engagement, that at least I can speak for the RABs that we hosted. Many of the CBOs were not previously active in CPUC proceedings, and also not super active on climate change topics as a whole. So we feel strongly that we did provide opportunities for groups on this new avenue and new topics. And then ultimately, we're working hard to build capacity to engage. And you know, I'm so happy Vanessa brought up the training. I know that's a key ESJ action plan goal. And so I'm excited to partner on the tribal aspect of that cultural competency training. Our DVC cultural competency training was really well received, so much so that we were inviting all sorts of groups outside, and I hope that's the same way with our new tribal competency training as well. And you know, ultimately the goal is to increase knowledge sharing and capacity building, and really to enhance opportunities for folks to engage on topics that they possibly were not engaged in before. And so excited to hear folks' thoughts and opinions on how SEMPRA is doing on this topic, and excited to ultimately make our filing in Q1 of next year, and then pretty much jump into it immediately after that. So I'll stop with that, and I appreciate everyone's time.
Great. Testing. Okay. Great. Thank you so much for those presentations. That was a ton of great information. So before we get to what's on the slide there, the vulnerability metrics overview, what we're doing right now is we are going to go into a bit of a discussion segment specific to the lessons learned presentations that we've just seen. And each of the utilities has brought some members of the advisory groups that they worked with on their SEPs to be a part of a panel discussion. And so what's going to happen now is I'm just about to invite the commissioner to ask a few questions of our panel up here. And then I have some specific questions I'm going to ask them. And then we'll open it up to the audience to ask questions, you know, add your own comments, that kind of thing. So I'll walk us through this, and we've got plenty of time here, so it's going to be a good conversation. And with that, I will hand it over to the commissioner.
Thanks, Meg. Can you hear me? Okay. Thanks, Megan. I do have some questions about local government engagement that I'm going to hold off on. I believe Mayor Khan will be back a little bit later today, and I think she also had some comments and would like to get her feedback on that with the group. So just guess heads up to hold some time to be able to do that a little bit later. I wanted to ask Edison, and I'm not sure, let me make sure which slide it is. Well, first on slide 10, when you're looking at some of the CPUC areas that I think you recognize maybe need to be reevaluated or looked at. The second one, diversify engagement asks in proceedings across spectrum. I think that's something that we're all grappling with. And I know we've had discussions with the disadvantaged advisory group, with tribes and others. How can we make what is a complicated and difficult process easier for engagement? And so any thoughts you have on either how the CAVA itself could be used as a foundational document across proceedings, even more broadly than the RAMP and the GRC, or other ways that the PUC can look at how to do better, more meaningful and substantive engagement, either outside our proceedings that can be incorporated into the proceeding decision-making process, and not just rely on the intervener compensation and intervener process.
Is this one working? Yeah? Okay. So I guess in terms of this model, I kind of go back to the single roster model, Commissioner Houck, and as I think about kind of how do you intake, either an adaptation proceeding, a vulnerability assessment as having broader impacts. Generally speaking, and this is not something we've mapped out ourselves, but if we had a single roster model, what Edison has today at least is a group that we engage with around, I'll say, clean energy access and what I'll characterize as kind of like decarbonization issues. And then we have this climate resilience leadership group that we told the audience about today. And I think that group seems to be kind of building up its capacity, its education, its understanding around not just adaptation, but maybe I think there's a pathway for it to better, to sort of also start to learn about and be more focused on infrastructure issues. And so, again, while I don't have this all mapped out, I sort of think of those as two different pathways that if we had a single roster model, we'd be able to kind of use these two groups to kind of then fan out in those two directions. Does that start to answer your question?
Yeah, let me add just a little bit to it, Commissioner Hawk. So just to kind of make it a little more tangible, when we think about the high DER, when we think about the microgrid proceedings, again, this kind of infrastructure proceedings that where we may find some common threads that we can engage our stakeholders or communities on. And then, again, the benefit of a single roster is that we continue to build capacity in those representatives to better understand grid issues as they're trying to inform us on the impact that these positions may have in their communities. So I think those are examples of those infrastructure proceedings that we could start bundling into kind of some sort of cluster of proceedings that we can address.
Thank you. And didn't know if anyone from SDG&E or SoCalGas had any thoughts.
I agree with some of the sentiments shared that some clarity on coordination between proceedings that seem to have some overlap. We're feeling it right now with the ESJ pilot, which has some very similar goals leading into ramp, and also specifically says things like leverage CAVA. And so as someone who's worked on CAVA for years, I think it's a great platform to base other proceedings on. But we're, kind of like they're saying about a similar roster, we're finding ourselves going to similar CBOs with similar questions, not exactly the same questions. And so now we're even contemplating incorporating ramp stuff into our CAVA since we have such an active audience there and ready to participate. Some more just thoughts instead of recommendations.
No, thank you. And when I think we get to our ESJ panel later, I'm probably going to ask that same question to the other participants. I want to hear from the CBOs on their ideas about how this could work and how we could make things simpler and easier. And then I just wanted to understand, you talked about the CRM score or the metrics, and on slide 4, you also mentioned that you had $120 million of proposed adaptation investment for the 2025-28 GRC. Can you talk a little bit about how those metrics impacted that proposed $120 million investment?
Yes, so initially those metrics were used to prioritize some of the at-risk findings that we had, so that translated into the investment request. But I think where they even come more into play, Commissioner, is when we find out from the GRC decision how much of what we propose we will get to build, right? And then under that scenario, the CRM provides with a data point, an input to potentially prioritizing investments, on those communities that are most vulnerable. And that's the reason we didn't think that the binary DVC construct was sufficient. We didn't want to make a lot of work. We really created the CRM because we felt that when we are at that decision point that we asked for 10 gadgets and we only got 5 approved, that we need a sense of the adaptive capacity of the communities, that perhaps we can use that in figuring out where we put the 5 gadgets. So in and out doesn't provide that. So we're not wedded to the CRM, the methodology, which we did with RAND, that we did sort of got significant input from communities, but we do need that relative adaptive capacity measurement that allows to do that prioritization when the time comes.
And will those metrics also be able to be used, for example, in your grid needs assessments?
They could. I think that's it's a starting point. I think grid planning, as you know, it's a little more complicated than just specific adaptation investments. So more to think about, and this is where I know some additional frameworks are being developed. But I think this idea that we create a relative metric that allows to input it into how we prioritize investments is a worthwhile endeavor.
No, thank you. And then just my very last question is on the feedback loops. I think some of the presentations talked about trying to address capacity and resource issues in coming later in the process, maybe after a draft was prepared. I guess I have concerns that if you're not also meeting up front to find out what work either tribal governments or local governments are doing already on climate issues and where their priorities are, you may be investing a lot of time and effort in a draft that may not capture those things. So can you talk a little bit about how you're going to make sure that you're doing front-end information gathering and how that information will be utilized in a feedback loop, maybe through coming back and presenting the draft?
I'll start, and then you can build, Anush, because he does it. At a high level, the only thing that I want to highlight, Commissioner, is that there are some learnings from the first round. And so we're starting at a better place that we started back in 2020 and 2021. So I think that's really what we would like to leverage. Not downplaying your concern, but just realizing that we're starting at a higher level of awareness of those needs. But Anush, specifically in terms of your thinking.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely build off of that to say, I think I referenced that we kind of reached out to about a dozen different local governments and tribal entities. I do think that can serve as an input for now we're at round two, that I sort of think of some of that information gathering as the input we would use on our round two at this point. So we sort of have that. It's a cycle that started now. It just took, in our case at least, gathering that information after our vulnerability assessment. So I think there's that opportunity. I do think I didn't get into this too much, but the reports that I cite, I think there are some very other learnings that we've had that I think the reports back up also do sort of point to how it can be very challenging to do that work up front and find the collaboration points specifically between the information that we're gathering with our vulnerability assessments and then kind of where local government priorities are with their climate action plans. I think some of the research there as well has highlighted how I think it's a very high percentage of commitments in these plans that are out there are sort of focused on the decarbonization side versus adaptation actions. And so I think our current approach is to kind of continue to do this work, continue to have these conversations, and kind of try to build adaptation awareness, and then sort of try to find the points where we can eventually collaborate on kind of meaningful adaptation actions over time. So hopefully that helps start to answer that question.
No, that does help. And well, I'll save that other question.
For when
I
Mayor
just want to see
Conce.
if SDG&E and SoCalGas had any response.
Yeah, I think that was Edison's comment, more of the iterative process. As someone who's just gone through this the first time, I appreciated getting input before the outline and then getting input before the draft and then getting input just because SoCalGas had not done this before. And so we don't have strong opinions that what we did was broken or incorrect yet. But as we see this process play through, we might have some opinions next year. But in my opinion, we tried to treat it as it was their document, it was their community engagement plan, and so pulling them, along before drafts are written and before things were typed up was very productive for us. But maybe that baseline will be easier moving forward, especially if there's a similar roster or similar CBOs.
Yeah, I guess I'll just reiterate that the idea with the community engagement would be that it's an ongoing process, right? So at the core of that question is, can we have a partnership that is ongoing so that maybe in some ways, maybe we don't have to start from scratch because it's an ongoing partnership, but in other ways, maybe we don't start from scratch, but we're still leveraging some of that information that we've already gathered. So just wanted to say that.
And I'll just add a little bit on the tribal side. The feedback loop there, if there's, as I mentioned, there's already a lot of initiatives. Some of them already have climate adaptation plans. And so we've gone through the plans. We've looked at some of the projects. We're very involved with the Tribal Advisory Group, where we're looking at solutions and working with a whole group of tribes within San Diego County on just where their priorities are. And as I mentioned, some of it's cultural burning, but it's, some of them may not be shared goals. And so really identifying what are those shared goals between SDG&E and tribes. And where we've really focused with Tracy's help is also just the economic opportunities within the hardening work that we're doing, strategic undergrounding, when it comes to veg management. How are we making sure that tribes have the resources to start fire crews so that they're doing a lot of the work? And it's amazing just the one example we have where we have the Paula fire crew who does a lot of the pole brushing, and when you look at the actual work they've done, they've left a lot of the medicinal plants there, and it's just very different in the way that our other pole brushing areas are. There's a huge consideration for cultural resources, so I think that there's a lot we can do in terms of how we're always evaluating where our shared goals are, understanding where the priorities are from each of the tribes. But we also have a platform like the tribal working group where we can come back, or Tracy's group where we can come back and have this dialogue and determine what works well. And again, it's all about having that shared vision and shared values.
Thank you very much. And so we're going to move into a couple other facilitated questions for our panel here. And I do want to remind folks online that you can also ask questions either in the chat or by raising your hand, and we will unmute you. I will occasionally turn over to our team over here to check for those. But our first kind of question I wanted to hit on beyond what the commissioner had asked is, so I don't want to spend too much time on barriers. We've had a lot of conversation about barriers to engagement, but I do want to get any opinions from anyone on the panel on what barriers to engagement are you finding the most difficult to resolve, and why do you think that is? And I just open it up to whoever wants to speak first. Yeah, everyone on the panel, if you're in the you are welcome to respond.
I didn't know we were on yet, so thank you. I'm Tracy Stanoff, president of the American Indian Chamber. I own a business called AdPro, and I'm a former tribal chair of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation out of Kansas. Anyway, long stories. But, one of the barriers was the education between tribal leadership and the function of the CPUC. And when people were talking about consultation fatigue, I'm like, that's crazy to me. Because of the fact that you, in my opinion, for tribes and tribal lands and the reservations, you need to keep that dialogue ongoing, because the California Public Utilities Commission is a state-based organization, and as a tribal leader myself, I'm so used to dealing with federal organizations, and sometimes tribes historically do not understand that we're not an island on our reservations. We have to, learn how to function within state grids and so forth, and regulations. And so there's a lot of misinformation that's been historically shared. So I think this process, and I really have to give kudos to Southern California Edison, because they went outside of their utility and hired my company, which, I might sound a little self-serving, but it was a good move on their part, in my opinion, because they really gave us an opportunity to structure the questions relative to tribes, using my expertise as a tribal leader to really say, don't ask that question, because I'd throw you out of here. Seriously, if I were sitting at that table, it was as simple as a block wall going in. I'm like, no. We're not going to put a block wall behind that right-of-way big structure until we have, cultural resources checked and all these things. So it meant different to the tribes. So I think, from the barriers, it's a lot of education, a lot of continued communication, and a lot of engagement. I think Vanessa's done a fantastic job over at SDG&E and Jen Summers on really opening up the door. You can't send John Wayne out to the reservations and expect results. And, so anyway, yeah, well, yeah, we don't want to go there. Anyway, you're opening off topic, Anyway, let me just tell you, my mother hated John Wayne. But anyway, and we don't even want to go there. But the point of the matter is, getting back to the barriers, there's so many complex barriers, and I would imagine that would also translate to local governments, and but I only speak about tribes and what we did there. So I would really like to give Anuj and his team just such a high recommendation, because they went outside, they were daring, they didn't, they trusted the process, and then, we had an engagement within Edison that went outside of the norm of what a utility does. And I think, Commissioner, you got to keep these consultations going, in my opinion, and if people are getting fatigued, we need to get around that somehow.
Thank you. That awesome commentary. Now, from any other folks on our panel here, want to talk about barriers that you're finding really difficult? Yeah, Anuj.
Sorry, I know I've talked a lot, but maybe just to try to, I think that there are these volumes of requests that we sort of need to think about, but I think, what I wanted to continue to urge people to think about is how do we make the requests that are coming from the commission, let's just say ultimately from the CPUC, the most compelling set of requests that are hitting an organization. So you're hearing from folks like Tracy that, there's probably going to be a mixed opinion on that. Some are going to be very overwhelmed. Some are going to be like, there should be this many, maybe more. But I think, the things that I went over in the slide that I presented earlier they may not be the perfect solution, but I think urge everybody kind of collective thinking around how to make sure the requests that are coming from the PUC are some of the most compelling, and I think they can really have a strong relationship to building these organizations' capacity.
Very good. Any other final thoughts on that? Any additions on that question? Yeah, Catherine. Oh, and please don't forget to introduce yourself when it's your first time speaking.
Oh, yes, Catherine Muñiz. I'm the CEO of the Orange County Conservation Corps. And, I was going to say that I think within each demographic, you're going to have barriers. And so I think as we, the CPUC looks at it, my demographic is, the young, 18 to 26, very disenfranchised young adults who I don't even know that they even think about the CPUC. Their priority is, food on a daily basis. Thank you. Their priority is, what shelter am I going to have tonight? And so I guess I just make that because in each demographic that you look at, you're going to have a barrier. And so we have to figure out, well, what is that barrier and how do you overcome that? How do you continue the communication and the engagement?
Awesome, thank you. All right, so then we will go ahead and move on to my next question here. And this kind of gets at what you're talking about. So I'd like to hear a little more on how solutions or approaches to engagement might vary across regions or across community types, and which approaches tend to be universal, maybe starting with some of the IOU opinions on that.
I could take some of the basic ones. You know, we tried to keep our survey questions consistent across the service territory. We understand different DVCs can be reached through different methods. You know, our youth organizations made it very clear that we need a presence on TikTok and Snapchat and other social media outlooks. And so we also heard loud and clear that visual and video type learning can help a lot, as opposed to hammering people with 80-page community engagement plans. You know, we heard from the elderly communities that face-to-face is really important, and getting into facilities and communicating what's going on in person can be much more impactful. We heard similar things from tribal communities that they really preferred us to come onto their home territory and explain things in their terms as best as we can. And so we feel very strongly that there's going to be a lot of nuance as you actually get into these DVCs. There's some things we can do service territory wide. We can do a big webinar explaining the CAVA, and we can, have a public web page. But the real juicy stuff usually comes from that more in-depth back and forth, where it's not just one question, but several questions going back and forth. Anything on that?
Yeah, I would say, I think just the best thing to do for like the regional differences is really just partnering with the organizations that know their community and their region best, right? The IOUs aren't the experts in every community, of course, and so partnering with the people that are the experts, I think is like the base for kind of everything that you do outreach-wise.
Yeah, I would echo everything that's been said. In terms of our resilience leadership group, we had organizations that really told us what to do at critical junctures and told us what needed to be different than how we were approaching things. The kind of as far as solutions go, the mechanism we use to kind of capture that variation is that with our group, we had a facilitator and help that established a common format for developing a community engagement plan. And so each of the members of our resilience leadership group were responsible for developing a community engagement plan for the groups that they were going to do outreach to. And so that became kind of the way that we could sort of have a common conversation about differences and capture them. And then also the group itself would essentially kind of help each other out. Barriers that were faced in one region could then be addressed through a solution that somebody else had sort of already started to work on in their community engagement plan. So that was one critical piece to that, I think, as well.
Great, thank you. Anyone else on the panel have anything to add? Oh, don't forget to introduce yourself.
Hello. Sorry. Hello, everybody. My name is Rodolfo Jauregui. I'm Program Manager for Community Development for a CBO, called MAC in San Diego County. One of the challenges that we always face when we're trying to outreach or to propose a new program to the community is how do we reach out to that community, and also how do we gain their trust and interest, because eventually the end result for a program or objective is to benefit a family, a particular individual, whomever. So what always helps us enormously is sending the most simplistic message to trying to gain their interest, and eventually translating what's it worth for them to be part of either that program, that campaign, that component. If we don't have their interest, then we don't have their engagement. So the first step of all, as always, is how do we deliver a message that's going to be tailored to that particular community? And once we have that engagement, how do we continue to feed on that relationship? Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. So next question, I want to dig a little bit deeper on the topic of funding for engagement. This has come up a fair amount as a barrier, a problem, and it was brought up in the IOU presentations as well. So I wanted to ask for a little more information on, so when it comes to funding engagement, what specifically are we looking to fund? And over what period of time, and in what ways do any of you think that costs and resource efficiencies could or should be implemented? Do you see pathways for that?
Well, the problem we have here in California tribal communities is there's so many of them. Well, that's not a problem, it's wonderful, but they're so spread out. So travel is a big issue with us. And when I did our engagement with, for Southern California Edison, we also had weather concerns. I was going up to the Bishop, Lone Pine, Paiute areas, and I got snowed out, so I had to do it on Zoom. And then we had a COVID issue, so I had to go out to Tassin and do it as a group. And Vanessa, you noted the problem with tribes talking in front of tribes, so I really needed to go out and talk to them separately, which I did have side conversations because tribes don't like. So the funding is they don't like talking in front of each other sometimes. So the funding is very critical for getting for travel. For time it takes to get to places for the community organizations or for who's ever doing this. And so we need more funding, I would say, directed towards that. Because it's very important to communicate, in my opinion, with all of the parties and get their feedback all the time.
Definitely, thank you. Any other thoughts or perspectives on funding? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Darby Berry. I use she and her pronouns. I'm the director of the San Diego Regional Climate Collaborative. We're a network for cities, public agencies, nonprofits, and businesses and academics in San Diego. We've been around for 14 years, been working with SDG&E on this process. We do have seen this both in this process and others, but I think when we talk about funding specifically for engaging and working in partnership with community, we also have to talk about compensation a little bit differently. And I know Bree began to touch on this, but I do want to dive in a little bit deeper, which is when we're asking communities to come to the table with their expertise, may it not be climate specifically, but their expertise in working with that specific community, we also have to think about the cost to that community or the cost to that nonprofit or that organization for them to take their time. A lot of our nonprofit organizations, which for the San Diego region, just in our single county region, is 12,000 nonprofits that are doing work in our communities for 3.8 million individuals. When they take time or have the one expert on staff who might be able to keep up in one of the workshops that we invite them to, that is, the time that they are now not doing the other job that they have to do, and also thinking about the other strapping constraints that most nonprofits have, where they're worried about a 2-week payroll challenge. Most of our nonprofits in San Diego have less than 3 months in their fiscal financial reserves as an organization. So if we're pulling them into these contracts where they get paid on a quarterly basis for reimbursement for a large scale project to support an IOU, that actually puts them in like a different level of financial burden to take on a project. So that's one thing that we need to talk about when we're talking about funding, is finding and supporting mechanisms to be able to pay folks for their time in different compensation pathways, which often includes upfront costs or lower barriers to reporting what those costs are, and acknowledging that sometimes it's not just this person took 5 hours out of their day, so let's pay them their pay rate of 5 hours. They also took 5 hours of not doing other work for their nonprofit, doing the financial burden of now reporting that, and likely going through a large process to even get in the IOU system to be able to work with them again, right? So that's one component of finances that I think is really, really important for us to be mindful of, and why continued engagement or finding opportunities to fund this consistently, where we are actually deepening and building the capacity intentionally in those communities. I think the other component is there's also an opportunity to find pathways that aren't as related to the CAVA or process, but can be filter feeders into this process over time. If this is going to persist, those in-between moments need to also have, flexible funding available to support organizations who might be doing their own climate work or might be just starting on their climate journey and need some different education and other types of opportunities to engage. So I think when we talk about funding, the last thing I'll add too is I think we really need to recognize the cost of trust and the long-term cost of trust, which a lot of our IOUs across the state have a challenge where we've saw it on, I think, every single slide where communities don't necessarily have a lot of trust in those organizations or in our IOU organizations. So when you do find a community organization who is willing to partner with you, I do think we need to recognize the cost to that organization to take on the trust burden of bringing you into their space and bringing you into their community, because as soon as you poof and you disappear or the IOUs aren't coming back or doing this process appropriately, the burden of financial trust is no longer on the IOU because they didn't trust you to begin with. It is now on that community organization that you brought into the process. And so when we think about funding, we need to think about the long-term endeavors of funding and also the cost to our communities in very unique ways, not just the 3 hours they took to come to a workshop.
Thank you. Great input.
Could
Jeff?
I?
Yeah, hard to follow that up. I just wanted to say one thing we did to be responsive to our CBOs was created a longer term kind of partnership through our grant where we didn't require weekly or monthly invoices specific to hours spent. We wanted to relieve that administrative burden. And also create a partnership with the whole organization. Make it clear that these are the expectations over the next 6-9 months. These are the long-term goals. We encourage you to bring your colleagues or your coworkers or to sub people in and out if you're not available. But we heard and tried to respond to the preference for those kind of longer-term grant partnerships as opposed to just payment for a single meeting or a single workshop.
Thanks. Anything else on funding?
I'd love to add a little bit if that's okay. Just couldn't help but try to follow Darby here. Just a couple things about kind of what we've done so far, but I think where this question needs to go. To date, we have tried to continue to maintain our resilience leadership group in between CAVAs, sort of think of them as the Olympic years. And then in between those Olympic years, we don't want to lose contact with these folks. We don't want these folks to go off and stop thinking about this priority. They have plenty of other priorities that could be tempting. And so we have been trying to introduce microgrants for them to continue to spread adaptation awareness within their communities. We've also been thinking about, at these meetings, we try to bring kind of high-value speakers, external grant opportunities, other actually statewide climate adaptation forum, pass permits, other ways they can start to build their adaptation capacity in between those years. So I think that's important to think about as sort of ongoing adaptation engagement activities. But I think further to kind of further echo what Darby's saying, but from kind of the utility perspective, this is where I really think personally that the single roster model is so important. This is where we have an opportunity for organizations that do want to work with utilities to be able to see a spectrum of activities if they are scheduled in a manner that they can evaluate so that they can start to see how almost half an FTE or a full-time employee can start to become a utility or energy expert on staff, and they can then evaluate that opportunity on their own, right? To see if this is a way that there's sort of a set of things that are in front of them that have milestone-based payments that start to kind of make the value proposition worthwhile for them.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to my next question now. So I want to again dig a little deeper on something we've talked about, which is the issue of duplicative requests and the burden that that places on limited capacity for communities to engage. Because this is cited as a really common issue and barrier to engagement, I'd like to hear a little bit more about ideas for streamlining. We've kind of hit on it a little bit, like what you were just saying, Anuj, but for streamlining and optimizing ESJ engagement opportunities. So whether that is specific to within the CPUC, as we have multiple proceedings that are often asking for multiple requests of engagement, whether it's efficiencies that people see within the proceedings, or efficiencies in other existing forums that other existing models that you'd like to cite.
Yeah, I was thinking about, especially with kind of EPIC and ESJ, the other proceedings, and trying to work within SDG to collaborate with some of those other teams. One of the things that we've encountered is even in the communications department where there are, so we have in SDG&E, we have public safety power shutoffs when there is a possibility of a wildfire, right, to protect and to keep communities safe. And so with that, there is, a survey that goes out with this public safety power shutoff, and it has really good information on outages, impacts to communities on outages, and kind of community sentiments. And I think one of the challenges we faced is for this proceeding, we're really focused on the DVCs, disadvantaged vulnerable communities, right? But some other data collection, some other feedback from communities don't necessarily are maybe area-wide, service area-wide, or it focuses on DACs, DACs, or it focuses on a different definition of what the prioritized communities are. And so that can be weirdly kind of a barrier to utilizing data across different teams, or just understanding how we can partner on outreach events and collect, or partner to get feedback that we can kind of leverage between teams, is the fact that these communities are kind of defined differently in different proceedings.
Yeah, we're already trying to coordinate some of these proceedings and some of these outreach efforts as part of our CAVA, just because we had such an active audience. And honestly, we heard from our surveys that folks are interested in learning more about customer assistance programs, about rebate programs. Folks are interested in learning about this ESJ pilot through RAMP and what the heck is RAMP. Honestly, we've had questions about R&D programs and emerging technologies when we start talking about clean energy investments. And so we've tried to be responsive to our RABs, and we've included customer programs folks, R&D folks. But as we move forward, some clarity on guidance on what might make sense and what maybe we're pushing too much could be helpful. But we see a lot of opportunity in having this engaged audience, and a lot of the topics are very, very similar. And so we see a lot of potential on that.
Thank you. Anyone else on streamlining? Okay, great. So I do want to open up just this question for now to the broader audience. Any ideas on streamlining? I know we have a little bit of some existing models that'll be presented on later this afternoon, but if anyone else had thoughts on things that we should be considering. No? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Let me Yeah, I'll repeat the question. So the question is really, when we're engaging, there is this issue of multiple requests, and that can really eat up the available bandwidth, especially from community groups and others. And so, do you know of existing models where there are more efficient ways of engaging? Or if you're familiar with multiple CPUC processes, which I know not everyone here is, but if you are, do you know or do you have thoughts on how we might streamline even within the CPUC in terms of how we engage between proceedings? So either within the CPUC or existing models that we should look at going forward outside of the CPUC. Yeah, let me bring you a mic.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Brianna, and I'm here on behalf of Community Action Partnership of Orange County. I am a Climate Corps fellow, but during my time here, I found that it's very difficult to find information on what any of the CPUC things mean. The CPUC has a responsibility and a duty to due diligence to the community to explain to the community what all these things mean. That technical knowledge is a very high barrier, and you cannot shove that responsibility onto the CBOs only. It's very difficult on our end already. As we've mentioned, there's a lot of asks, and having to explain that technical jargon when the CBO may not even have the resources themselves to understand that technical jargon is a very big ask. And it also makes it very difficult for us to connect with community members, because we're coming from a perspective of we have that knowledge that they do not have. That can cause a big barrier of trust between us and this, the person we're trying to assist, right? And that is something that needs to be assumed on behalf of the higher power and not the CBO. And that would be something that also streamlines community engagement outside of these proceedings.
Thank you for that feedback. I'm going to take one more comment on this question before I'll have to move on for the sake of time.
If you're going to take just one more, I should probably open it up because I also work for the same CBO as Brianna. I'm with the Community Action Partnership of Orange County. My name is Matthew Hurley. I'd love to follow up on some of Brianna's comments, but if anybody else has a question, please, let's. All right, I'm making aggressive eye contact. All right. Just to follow up on some of Brianna's comments, the Community Action Partnership of Orange County provides utility assistance directly to persons with low income who can't afford their utility bills. We administer a number of federal and state-funded programs to provide cash assistance. We pay you guys some money, essentially. We also do the Community Service Needs Survey, which is a large-scale survey to all of our clients, all of the people that we help across the board for the various services we provide. I'm prefacing all of this because the question is about streamlining, and certainly in our experience, we found that there are only so many ways to streamline. It is a capacity problem. It is a bandwidth problem, as it's been brought up. And there are always going to be diminishing returns when you try to there's been a lot of focus on efficiency, and I understand that we want to make the most use of the money that we have available, the resources and the time. But at some point, we're going to have to acknowledge that, especially to reach the CBOs and the leaders in these hard-to-reach communities, we're just going to have to do more. There is going to have to be more funding, more ambition, more outreach, more capacity built into this process. And if that means that we have to ask the federal, the state government for more money, that we have to go to them and demand it aggressively, that's what we need to be doing. That's what we should be prepared to do.
Thank you. And feel free to, noodle on these topics over lunch, because we'll have plenty of time for discussion later in the afternoon as well. So I have just a couple more questions, then I want to open it up to the audience, keeping the time in mind. So I'd like to ask again the panel, and we'll come back to you, audience, don't worry. What do you feel when it comes to the logistics of the actual current cadence of the community engagement plans as being due 1 year before the CAVA? is this still an appropriate cadence now that we've, gone through a couple rounds of CAVA process for different utilities, and some are still in the middle of their first process? Is that cadence still appropriate? And during that year, what's the right amount of meeting with communities? And so this is more so directed at the utilities first, and then we can open it up a little bit.
Want to go? I like having the community engagement plan due a year before CAVA. I think the utilities had some valid arguments of separating CAVA from RAMP just to give us time to incorporate technical information into our broader risk portfolio. But it really sets the foundation of how to do engagement around CAVA. And so getting buy-in on how to engage, how to structure these workshops, how to do tribal engagement, that's really important to have figured out kind of when you start incorporating technical information. And so I would just say SoCalGas agrees with the separation and agrees with having a time period between the CEP and the CAVA filing.
Yeah, I'd largely agree with that in terms of the separation, that 1 year time frame feels about right in terms of a community engagement plan. I think what I'm also noticing is that across other regulatory proceedings, as new or additional community engagement requirements are being folded in, there's this expectation of a community engagement plan being developed by the utilities. And so I think that just allows us to kind of think in a structured fashion and that's semi-consistent across these proceedings. It's a useful stepping stone. And then as far as the other kind of opportunities for streamlining, I touched on them in the slides where it's not, the current requirements seem to suggest 2 rounds of feedback on the community engagement plan, 1 around outline, 1 around draft. I think there's some opportunity to collapse that into 1 potentially. But other than that, I don't have any additional thoughts at this time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on the panel want to touch on that topic? Yeah, Steve? Oh, never mind. Okay, great. So then I will move on to kind of one other more logistical kind of question. And this is again to the utilities. What are you doing to ensure that the CAVAs are understandable and readable? This has come up in the previous decision as kind of a requirement, but what are you working on to make this accessible in that way? Because these CAVA documents are very long. They can be like 1,000 pages and they're very technical. And how are you building up the capacity of the CBOs you're working with and the advisory group that you have to weigh in on that document, given how hefty it can be?
Okay, all right. Yeah, so it was where the utility having that's published the CAVA that's up here in the U today. I think the various things that we've done, first off, at least for the first time around, our parent company, Edison International, chose to publish on the same day as our vulnerability assessment being released, what we call kind of a white paper called Adapting for Tomorrow. So think of that as more like an 8 to 10 page version of the 1,000-page filing, a multi-100-page filing. So much abridged, much more digestible, definitely an engagement tool that we use to go to local governments, to other organizations, other community leaders after the publication of the vulnerability assessment. And it did contain a little bit about the findings from the vulnerability assessment, certainly, but it also, I think, captured some of the lessons learned as well, some of the important things that need to take place based on this risk that we all face collectively. So that was certainly one component. I think the thing that we've done with our resilience leadership group as well is just continue to stay in touch with them. So we've consulted with them specifically on the development of the metrics that and the inputs that were the indicators that we were using on those metrics. We consulted with them with some of the risks that that we were finding in our vulnerability assessment. And then their advice on how to design engagement materials that they could take out into their communities to talk about these risks. So that was another critical piece. That was part of our community engagement process. And then certainly, of course, we've been keeping in touch with this group around the publication of the vulnerability assessment, some of the work and some of the ways in which the engagement has continued with other collaborations that have taken place after the publication of the vulnerability assessment as well. I think that's what I have on that one.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that, of course, the latest decision requires the IOUs to hold a workshop that sort of presents the findings at least 90 days before the actual filing. So in some ways, we will be forced to really distill the hundreds of pages into digestible language and digestible content just to address that requirement. So I think that also is going to be a tool and a mechanism for us to make that information digestible. So I think that workshop requirement helps us get there.
Thank you. And one last question for me before I open it up for audience questions. So what can the stakeholders expect, and this is more so again for the utilities, from the SEP process and specifically how it's going to be incorporated into the CAVAs going forward? Kind of what can we expect to see in terms of how that information is going to flow into the CAVAs?
We take all the comments we get into strong consideration. The vast majority of the comments we heard from our CBOs throughout our process were incorporated into our community engagement plan. I want to say all of our recommendations that we shared were really recommendations from our community members. Sometimes there becomes an issue of what we have authority to do. We got a lot of thoughts and recommendations on behind the meter investments, and some of it we had to describe and explain kind of what we're allowed to do in the regulatory framework that we have. But we plan to show if comments were not filtered into the CAVA to provide reasoning and justification for why that's so.
I also think there's a lot of room for sharing that across, not just within the utility, but also working with the city and the county and other entities to share that information. And so even if it's not within our role as a utility, collaborating and making sure that that information is still utilized. Let's say it's about insurance, that's still relevant. Can we share that information and still utilize that even if it's not within kind of our scope of a utility?
Yeah, so I think on our end, I think you can expect us to continue a number of the practices that we sort of established first go around in terms of working directly with community leaders, hearing that feedback, incorporating, paid engagements, learning opportunities, and co-designing and co-developing of materials. What we think we're going to be doing on our end as we collect feedback from communities is use that to first inform the updated community engagement plan, but also to use that process to start to better understand how we could update our community metrics. I've mentioned that we have a resilience leadership group today. It's not that we want that group to grow static. We do want to complement that group with organizations that may not be, who have the access to community members or hard to reach populations that we may not be doing as good of a job at surveying today. So they can expect us to use that process to update our metrics. We certainly want to expand and grow the resilience leadership group. And then we really want to use this group and the feedback that we receive to ultimately inform adaptation options.
Great, thank you. So now I'd like to open it up to the audience. We only have about 10 minutes left, and I know that people are probably eager for lunch. So I'm going to start with folks online. Rashab, do we have anyone in the chat with a question? Okay, got it. So if you're online and you have a question, feel free to raise your hand or type it in the chat. But with that, I am going to open it up to our in-person audience. Anyone have questions for our panel? Yeah, Angie. Let me bring you that mic. Hello, Angie Hacker with Prosper Sustainably. I'll be talking a little bit later, but one of the things that I do is work with a lot of tribes on adaptation planning. And I'm just trying to put myself in the position of the IOUs having to do this massive meta scale adaptation plan, but for a very specific topic. And this last question that Megan asked was really good because I'm trying to make the connection in my mind to all of this time spent to engage these communities, and worried more about their time than yours, but yours too. That I want to make sure it's really informing. And when I work with tribes, because of their capacity constraints, I've been trained to be as concise as I can, to be as meaningful and impactful as I can when I go and speak to them, to ask the specific questions that I need, to really inform the things I have any authority to do anything about for them. And so I guess I'm wondering, in the adaptation planning process, it's often the two big choices are, what are our biggest risks, and how are we going to prioritize that? And then what are we going to do about it, right? So what are the strategies, and where do we get, how do we right size those, put them in the right place, and help the right people? And I'm not hearing, or it's just not clear to me yet, how communities have had a chance to inform those two massive decision points, either through information that, like Commissioner Hauk was saying, ideally is gathered way up front. There is so much expertise in this state that I don't know that you're capturing. I'm not sure you're mining it. And it is in tribal and local adaptation plans, but it's lived experiences too. How are we gathering as much of that up front? How are we asking the right questions in a survey? When we get to the workshops, are we giving them a chance to look at where the vulnerabilities really are? What do you know? And how can they help you contextualize that? How can they help you tell them what we need to protect? What's most essential to protect? I'm not hearing that we're asking those questions in the right moment. I'm worried that we're spending too much time talking about engagement, and less about the decision points that need to be made that should be informed by community.
Well, Angie, with all due respect, if you go into a tribal community, you don't tell them what their problem is or what they should be looking at. So I would look at that from a different standpoint and turn that around. Because I would, as a tribal leader, I'd probably turn my brain off and start looking at what I'm going to have for lunch if you were to approach me like that, or a tribe like that. So maybe if we look at it from a more holistic standpoint, and the engagement right now is important because you're talking about engagement because of the fact that how you go about that. And that's why when I worked with Southern California Edison, we took a look at that, and I said, no, you cannot ask a tribe that question in that framework and in that tone. So I think, in my opinion, you would have to look at every single tribe or every single organization outside of tribal communities and be intentional in how you approach them. And I hear your frustration. I know you're probably trying to really help people, and I'm not knocking that, but I think we need to hear that from the tribe or local government themselves and what their needs are and what their assessments are of their vulnerabilities. And that's why this engagement has been very important. And structuring the questions are very important on how you would ask that to find the information needed. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, speaking for SoCalGas, our engagement has been iterative. In the beginning, we did focus on engagement, how the communities want to be engaged, what are the cultural competencies, what do we need to know about these specific regions as we embark on this engagement. It got into then exposures of kind of what are the specific climate risks of these different areas, what happens if there's a wildfire in your area, what happens if you lose power, what happens if there's a flood, and then getting more into, as we finalize the technical analysis around our vulnerability assessment, what are the actual climate impacts on energy infrastructure, and what are the mitigations that you would recommend as a community to protect the assets that are most important to you as a community. Speaking for SoCalGas and STG&E, we're kind of in the middle of that third kind of prong. We have a set of workshops coming up in the next couple weeks where we're really going to dive into the findings of our vulnerability assessment and ultimately the mitigations that are traditionally proposed by a company like SoCalGas, but also to have a discussion around what these potential mitigation measures might be. even if they're out of our regulatory control, such as behind the meter. But we felt that, you know, it was important to engage people kind of throughout the process, and we thought that the process being long was helpful in kind of setting that stage to equip people, hopefully to provide some feedback on the actual mitigation part of it.
I'd also love to add, I think one of the things that we've been doing in partnership with SDG&E through this process that's been really effective is early on, particularly with a lot of the wildfire outreach that SDG&E has been doing for years, was working in those communities and creating different opportunities for passive data collection vis-a-vis sticker boards, and just as Bree mentioned, like showing up spaces that we don't necessarily need to be asking climate questions in, but starting to gather that data. And we originally asked a lot of questions around perceived trust and perceived trust to respond in specifically around wildfire, and seeing who do people in the wildland urban interface that is in SDG&E's territory, like who do they trust to actually respond instead of a disaster. And so that's also been informing some of our work. And then more recently, we've been asking folks, because there is a challenge in communicating the perception to communities, because communities know climate's happening, right? We can feel it, we can talk about it. It's at least colloquially in our communities, even if you don't necessarily talk about it as climate change, it's hotter, and that's a problem. But I think there's a misconception around like, what are the utilities actually able to do, right? Like what is their role? And so there's also been this work that we've been doing in conversation is to make sure that folks actually know what the utilities are allowed to do or have legal jurisdiction over. And so a lot of that has been us trying to have these, you know, conversations early on with cities and public agencies. And so in the San Diego region, only one of our 18 cities has a resilience plan. I'm just gonna be very clear about that. All 18 out of 19 have climate action plans. We only have one resilience plan in San Diego. And so there's a big difference between our communities not understanding what is the city's jurisdiction, what is no one's jurisdiction, right? Like what's in their own homes, and then also what can the utilities actually do. And so part of the work that we've been doing lately is understanding sometimes the community's perception of what is the most important climate impact is not going to be matching the vulnerability assessment. And so that's the data that we are now starting to collect through showing up. I think we're just assessing a list of, I don't know, like a zillion community events where we're just going to be showing up and sticker boarding and asking like, what is your perception of the worst climate impact for you? Because it might not show up in the vulnerability assessment, but like, that's what the utility is going to be responsible for, is people's perceptions of what they're supposed to be doing. So I think that there's a lot of tension there, and that's why a lot of this deep engagement has been so important, is because there's a lot of misconceptions of like, what can they actually do with this assessment?
Thank you. We actually have a question from Mayor Khan. I'd like to hand it over.
Thank you. And this goes back to the very beginning when I was here before I had to head out for another event. And I think as SCE, you were talking about the IOUs and engaging with local municipalities after, afterwards. And for me, I wanted to ask you, why would you not engage with local municipalities before? Because we're able to connect you with the populations that maybe you should be, talking to or sending your surveys to. We know the groups that are here on the ground doing the work and can make that better connection. And then if you could also explain, you shared that 800 people responded to your survey in the territory that you have of, 5.3 million. Could you share why that was so limiting to just 800 people? Because I'm sure you would get better information if you were engaging with local municipalities and the folks on the ground here. You'd probably get a higher turnout of that survey.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. So I'll start addressing your first question. And again, is the reason we brought forward the recommendation to engage local jurisdictions after we have results is because we felt that once we have vulnerability results, we finally have something to talk about with the local jurisdiction. In other words, we finally have potentially a common area of concern that we can then work on perhaps addressing that concern in a way that addresses the utility risk as well as the local jurisdiction risk. So that's the concept behind that. I think the point that you bring in terms of local jurisdictions being a conduit for reaching those populations that we might need to reach is a really good point that we should take into account going forward. So I think I'll start there, and then I thought, sorry, the second part of the question was, remind me again. Oh yeah, yeah. So
the survey number.
yeah, I think I have we and I'll start, and then I know you can build. You have to remember that we did our engagement during COVID, so it was just really, really difficult. I thought our CBOs were just tremendous, just to get 800 people to respond in COVID. It was a really difficult time to do this engagement, and I actually, we're very proud that we actually got 800. So I think that was a constraint that we faced that perhaps had an impact on the number of responses we got. Anything else you want to
Yeah, we can take maybe one more follow-up from the mayor, but we're going to have to get to lunch, so I apologize. We're not going to be able to get to everybody today.
Sorry, just real quick on the idea of engagement. You know, I'm a big data person, so if you're coming to me with data that doesn't include communities that I feel would have a different response or provide input, then that data wouldn't affect the decisions I would be making with you. I'd want to see more. And maybe there's some municipalities that don't want data, but I think important moving forward is that we have data that actually reflects our communities, our vulnerable populations, so that we can actually use that data to make the decisions we need to, along with you as well. And doing it the other way doesn't really make sense to me.
We can probably take like one more follow-up comment, and then I have to release these people or they're going to starve to death.
Could we just let Reverend Jackson chime in? Because I think he did engagement in Irvine, in the greater Irvine area specifically.
I'm Reverend Frank Jackson Jr., and I'm the chairman and chief executive officer for Village Solutions Foundation. We're a faith-based community development corporation. And Mayor, we know each other. And during the survey, because we were in COVID, I made like at least 3 attempts to get to somebody in your staff to engage with the survey. We even went in and looked at the City of Irvine city plan, your resilience plan, and we just hit a roadblock. But we made 3 attempts to engage with you, and I even let him know that I knew you, and it didn't open up the door. It was staff. Yes, ma'am. I did.
Well, and the beauty of a forum like this is we can get people connected. So with that, I really appreciate everyone's comments, and sorry to those that we weren't able to get to yet, but don't stress. We are going to have tons of opportunity for conversation in the afternoon. So if you have a burning comment or question, just hold it for then. So we are going to go to lunch, and we'll come back at 2:15. And down the road, there are several lunch options. You might find on one of your handouts some suggestions. It's walkable, or, you know, feel free to hop in your car and go somewhere else. But we will be back here at 2:15. All right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and get started. Thanks for your patience. For those of you who had lunch, I hope that it was delicious. So as we move into this next segment, I'm going to be giving a high-level presentation on a slightly different topic, but very related. So I'm going to be talking about climate vulnerability metrics. Next slide. Okay, yeah, thank you. No, the next slide, thanks. Perfect. Yeah, so I'm going to get going talking about climate vulnerability metrics and how they relate to the CAVAs and to ESG issues and engagement. And the reason we're talking about this is partly because we are going to be having another workshop in November that is really focused on climate metrics. It's going to be a much more technical workshop in San Francisco. I'll talk about that a little bit more later. But the reason we're talking about metrics here is that we'd really like to identify different methodologies, different types of metrics that can quantify impacts and the benefits of CAVA planning and climate adaptation planning in general to ESJ communities. So like I said, we're planning this November 20th workshop, which will also be a hybrid event, and that one will be at our CPUC headquarters in San Francisco. More to come on that. If you are not on my email listserv, please email me. And you will get more information on that. And so that workshop is going to be, again, a very technical deep dive. We're going to have researchers presenting different tools, different methodologies that are out there when it comes to measuring these things. And so for today, I'm going to be giving a really high-level overview of the idea of metrics, just to give you a flavor of that. And we're going to have, let's see. Yeah, so what we're really shooting for today with this topic is just to get very general feedback from the community on, in the context of metrics, what matters, what's important, what should we focus on, because this will help inform the conversation in the November 20th workshop. Next slide. Okay, so what is an equity metric in the context of climate adaptation? So this is a method for quantitatively measuring a community's climate vulnerability or their adaptive capacity to climate impacts, whatever those impacts might be. So we're defining climate vulnerability to be how likely or how intensely a community might be affected by a climate event or impact, such as a fire, flood, extreme heat, what have you. And then we're defining adaptive capacity as a community's ability to adapt to climate impacts, either by preventing the impacts or by recovering from them when they happen. So these are quantitative ways of measuring that. And generally, a combination of different types of metrics and methods are used, and there are a lot of different ways to do that. And different metrics are better for different purposes. You know, they each have their different qualities and kind of cost benefit. So the CAVAs consider vulnerability, but they do that for both communities, the vulnerability of the community to a climate impact, and then also the vulnerability of energy infrastructure to climate impact, specifically the energy infrastructure that that community relies on. So there's kind of multiple ways of looking at this. Okay, next slide. So the idea of energy metrics and how that fits into the CAVA process, like we've talked about earlier, the CAVAs are these informational reports, and they're meant to inform long-term planning decisions in an IOU's applications or their general rate case. So that can inform what projects go through, what investments are made, what programs are considered, and how we prioritize them, you know, given limited resources. And the existing process for incorporating equity into the CAVAs, as we've been talking about in the morning, is very qualitative. So we have these community engagement plans, as we've talked about, and then there are public comment opportunities during the CAVA process, for example, when a draft comes out 90 days before the CAVA is due. And the benefit of equity metrics in this space is that they could be incorporated into a CAVA analysis to provide a quantitative equity lens for climate adaptation and climate adaptation planning to complement the existing qualitative ways in which we are looking at equity in the CAVA process. Next slide. So I keep saying equity metrics, and you're like, okay, what specifically does that mean? And here are some examples of things that could be considered equity metrics in the context of climate adaptation. It could be things like household or census tract median income. It could be proximity to various resources like a hospital or a grocery store or something like that. Could be access to transportation. Could be pollution burden. You know, as we've kind of talked about in the definition of DVC, that's a thing. And it could be issues of, you know, the race of a population, the ethnicity, the age or gender of a given population, the physical ability of a population or of an individual, things like language barriers, and also just actual risk of a given climate event in a given area or to a specific group of people. Next slide. So when we think about how equity metrics could factor in to climate adaptation planning, as I said, it gives you this quantitative approach to incorporating equity into decision making, not just a qualitative approach. And you know, it's complementary to have both. But it's also important to remember that this is an approximate approach to measuring vulnerability, even with a metric, even with something quantitative. And your results might vary depending on what metrics you choose to use, how you weigh those metrics, how you decide to calculate what methodologies you choose. Next slide. So going back to what we are kind of anticipating for the November 20th workshop, of course, going into these ideas in much more detail, in a much more technical way. We have a couple tools and methodologies that we've already got under consideration, some presentations that we're in discussion on having. So there is the RenCat tool, the Resilience Node Cluster Analysis tool, which was developed by Sandia National Labs. And this application can be useful for mapping out community climate risk and resilience during an outage event. And so SCE and Sandia did a pilot project on RenCat. And so there's some links in here that, you know, you can go back to the slides once we post them online if you want to check these out in more detail. Another one that we are going to be looking at is the work of Lawrence Berkeley National Labs and Pacific Northwest National Labs, PNNL. And they've got a lot of research on state energy equity actions and database of different regulations and measuring how those impact communities. Next slide. Another example we'd like to look at is with EPRI, Electric Power Research Institute, and they have their Climate Ready tool. And specifically, they have a Texas case study where they've started to incorporate equity metrics into their Climate Ready tool. So we'll be learning a little bit more about that at that workshop. And then also the Office of Planning and Research, which is a state agency, has what's called their Vulnerable Communities platform, which aggregates many layers of different community climate vulnerability spatial data into an interactive map. And, you know, another great resource that we'll be looking at among other ideas. And, you know, we'll, again, provide more detail as that workshop shapes up. All right, next slide. So that is high level, very high level, as to where our head is at collectively at the CPUC when it comes to equity metrics and climate adaptation. And I wanted to keep it high level because we want to get, again, feedback from particularly community members on what kinds of things that we should be focusing on in the context of equity metrics. So again, I know that was a lot of information to throw at you at once, especially if you've never really looked at this topic before. So I'm happy to take any questions at this time on what the heck I just said. Nope. Anything online? Okay. And as a reminder to those online, feel free to raise your hand or type a question in the chat. All right. So in that case, I guess what I'd like to do then is ask for any feedback on different metrics or different topics that should be in consideration as we move into planning that next workshop. Any initial thoughts are welcome right now. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Matthew Hurley again. If you're sick of tired from me, I take all heckling, any and all. Happy to receive the chorus. My question is, in terms of looking at the equity metrics, is when we talked about streamlining earlier today and prioritization of various projects, is part of the metrics an evaluation of what am I angling at here? Often vulnerable communities or previously disenfranchised communities are not only the most in need, but where you can see the most potential for growth as a result of turning things around on the ground. Is that part of the consideration when we're looking at these metrics, even if it is more of a quantitative analysis?
It definitely can be. And, those are the kinds of topics that we're really going to want to be including in that workshop is, okay, great, not just how do you measure it, but also how do you fit those measurements into your actual planning process? How do those fit into the existing CAVA process and community engagement plan process and what's appropriate? And so, it's not just going to be a flat number. Everything exists in context. So we are going to welcome more of these types of comments and concerns in that discussion as well. So yeah, again, stay tuned for November 20th. And any other comments or questions? No, doesn't look like it. Check online. Nope. Okay. Oh yeah, Bree. Okay. Great. Okay. Well, with that, I think we can actually get into presentations a little early from our ESJ panel, which is great because that means more time for conversation afterward. So with that, I am going to welcome our speakers. We have a few different folks here today. And I believe we are starting with Catherine Foster online from the Strategic Growth Council. Catherine, are you online? Catherine, go ahead and unmute yourself. Oh, there you are. Okay, sorry, we couldn't hear you, but now we can.
Not a problem. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Catherine Foster with the Strategic Growth Council's Community Assistance for Climate Equity programs. Thrilled to be presenting some of our programs and also talk about capacity building initiatives hosted by the state. Next slide. The Community Assistance for Climate Equity program is a suite of capacity building initiatives that offer funding, training, technical assistance, and knowledge exchange to ensure that underinvested communities, specifically those on the front line of the climate crisis, can lead their own climate solutions. Next slide. So technical assistance is particularly important for underinvested communities in California because, as we all know, underinvested communities in California have faced years of disinvestment and systemic discrimination. As a result, these communities are the most vulnerable to severe climate impacts and often have the lowest capacity to access critical funding to address these climate impacts. Next slide. So I'll talk very briefly about some of our programs and initiatives, and also happy to answer any other questions that come up about these programs too. Next slide. So I work with the Community Assistance for Climate Equity team with the Strategic Growth Council. We're housed under the Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, formerly Office of Planning Research. We went through a brief name change. For the case suite of programs, we have Boost, which I'll talk about after this. We also have PACE, which is the Partners Advancing Climate Equity program. It focuses on individual capacity building for communities throughout the state. We also have the Regional Climate Collaboratives program. Our enabling legislation was SB 1072 in 2018. Essentially helps support regional capacity building throughout the state, and we have 6 collaboratives working under that program currently. Our newest initiative is the Tribal Capacity Building Pilot Program, which just started this year. It funds federally and unfederally recognized tribes for capacity building initiatives and direct technical assistance. And the last item on here is not a program, but a resource. It's a technical assistance toolkit, and I'll talk about that at the very end. Next slide. So BOOST is an acronym. We tend not to use the full name, but it stands for Build, Organize, Optimize, Strengthen, and Transform. It's essentially a capacity building program for local governments, specifically underinvested or lower capacity governments. It's a partnership between SGC and the Institute for Local Government. Next slide. As you can see here, this is a brief snapshot of what Boost has achieved over the years. There's been 50 different grants obtained, over $49 million, and over 72 staff trained as well. Next slide. Our most recent Boost initiative is based in the Imperial Valley. We're supporting 7 different cities with capacity building initiatives throughout the region. The Imperial Valley Civic Ecosystem Initiative is a partnership between SGC, the Energy Commission, the Governor's Office, the Institute for Local Government, and the Latino Foundation, as well as a couple other state philanthropic and academic efforts in the region. Essentially, local governments receive direct capacity building support from SGC and ILG, with additional CBO support from other entities. Next slide. And the next resource I'm going to talk about is the Technical Assistance Toolkit. This can be found on our website. It's a very robust list of documents, case studies, and templates that folks can use if they're interested in building out their own technical assistance programs. Next slide. So technical assistance for us embodies a few core values: trust, adaptability, local relevance, mutual learning, building community capacity, community engagement, cultural awareness, and social and racial equity. Essentially, it's a different set of core values that we like to see embodied in our technical assistance offerings. Within the toolkit itself, you'll find articles on how to build out a successful and equity-focused TA program, as well as a series of case studies showcasing what good technical assistance looks like throughout the state. Next slide. And here's just a quick overview of the individual toolkit sections. On the left-hand side, we have the steps for developing a strong TA program. So you would first start with identifying your needs and gaps. You'd set goals and intended outcomes. You would determine the TA program structure. For SGC, for example, we offer both application and implementation TAs. So for folks interested in the program, they can apply for TA. Also for folks that get awarded through our program, also receive TA. A big part of this is also identifying a funding source. A lot of our funding obviously comes from the California Climate Investments. We also have additional support through philanthropic efforts. Selecting a TA provider and TA recipients is obviously critical to this process. And then also developing a feedback loop so folks can provide direct feedback on the effectiveness of the TA they're receiving. As for building out effective TA implementation, it's really looking at reducing barriers for applicants, certainly with those who are interested in applying for our programs, particularly those coming from underinvested communities who don't have as much capacity to participate in a very extensive grant application. We're also looking to make the case for TA in multiple avenues, looking at supporting contracting guidance, supporting outreach engagement, developing project management skill sets, supporting the storytelling communications, and then also, as mentioned earlier, working on evaluation. Next slide. So this is my last slide, I believe, which is a quick overview of best practices for equitable engagement. I can talk more about this in the Q&A section, or I'll also answer questions that come up offline. So essentially, when we are engaging with local communities, we really think it's important to collaborate with CBO networks and coalitions that are already working in the field, and specifically those who represent underrepresented populations or uninvested populations. We think it's important to fund local CBO and other trusted organizations to provide this outreach and engagement because they know what's best for their region and the needs of the communities they're serving. We also like to hire CBOs as TA providers and recipients because they have strong relationships and can also serve as subject matter experts in fields that the state cannot. We also look to hold resources and other workshops and engagement activities to build our partners' understanding of our program and capacity to engage. And a big part of what we do through our program, specifically RCC and the Tribal Capacity Building Program, is enable peer-to-peer collaboration through a variety of peer learning sessions and also in-person convenings. And a really big takeaway here as well is that it's important to compensate CBO and resident participation in events. So whether that means securing funding for childcare, food, and other components, we really think it's important to ensure that we're reducing the barriers to participating for local folks. And the next slide is just my contact information, and happy to answer any questions that come up.
Awesome. Thank you, Catherine. We could take 1 or 2 questions. Yeah, Judith.
Hi, Catherine. It's Judith E. Clay from the CPUC. If you could go back to the previous slide, I just am curious in terms of as a state agency. No, were you one more ahead? the last, yeah, this one. I just curious, as a state agency, I understand very much that we aspire to compensate CBOs and resident participants and secure funding for childcare and food and other components of effective events, including venue rental. I'm just wondering, as a state agency, have you found ways for the agencies to do this? Because I thought there were some barriers to this previously.
It depends where the funding source is coming from. We did find some success with our PACE program. So essentially, we received external funding to support residents and community members directly participating in PACE. So they received $8,000 to participate in our capacity building suite of options. When it comes to residents, we do have some language which allows for residents to be compensated for their participation. The wording needs to be very specific. We can't use terms like giveaway or a lottery system or something like that, but we can use specific language where we're going to get folks on board as compensated participants of community engagement practices. Another thing we found is very effective is bringing on individuals as direct consultants on projects and also working with third-party CBOs that can directly pay out these resources and manage this work.
Thank you. Any other questions for Catherine before we move on to our next presentation?
Yeah, there was a question online.
Awesome.
Do you look particularly at technology-challenged individuals who may not have access to emergency alerts online? That's what was asked.
It's certainly a component of what we look for in terms of our definition for underinvested communities, specifically those in rural communities like our CPUC Climate Collaborative and some of the other work we do through TCC and CRC. It's not a direct focus of the work, but it's certainly an element of resiliency, if you will. I think a similar program that might be more focused on emergency preparedness or communications is the Neighbor to Neighbor initiative run through California Volunteers, which I used to support as the manager there.
Thank you. Any others online? Okay. Any others in the room? Great. Well, with that, I am going to now hand it over to Ryan Tenney with the City of Irvine.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? All right, perfect. So good afternoon. My name is Ryan Tenney. I'm the Sustainability Policy Administrator for the City of Irvine. And first, I would like to thank Mayor Khan and the CPUC for an opportunity to discuss some of the work that we're doing here in Irvine. And today I'll be sharing some information, insights on the city's Developing Climate Action Adaptation Plan and outreach we have conducted. First, let me go ahead and just provide a brief overview of the City of Irvine. City of Irvine is a relatively young city, incorporated in 1971, and our population is around over 300,000. And our population nearly doubles Monday through Friday because of the incoming workforce. Irvine's a very tech-heavy job career opportunity like hub, really centralized here in Orange County. And we're one of the top 10 largest cities in California, one of the fastest growing also in the United States. We're 66 square miles, and we're home to UC Irvine, Irvine Valley College, Concordia University, and also Irvine Unified School District. And also what makes Irvine really unique as well is 1/3 of the city is permanently dedicated to open space. That was part of our city's charter. And we also have over 300 miles of on-road bicycle trails. So going into our CAP, the city launched its first ever climate action adaptation plan in 2022. Looks at reducing GHGs as well as adaptation strategies. And there are over 180 GHG reduction actions developed through community input. And we anticipate our final draft CAP expected to be delivered end of Q4 2024 or Q1 2025. Now, the city engaged with a host of groups throughout the 2 years of this intensive outreach that we did. And some of the example groups here on the slide, obviously our residents, our HOAs, businesses, the school districts, students, faculty, and community-based organizations, as well as our agency and utility partners.
Now, this slide, I wanted to get more detail on our Cities Cap outreach analytics. So here you can see the analytics related to the Cities Cap outreach. So we divided it by direct and indirect engagement. Through direct touch points via either virtual or in-person workshops and events, staff reached out to over 3,800 community members. Now, we held over 30 workshops and presentations, hosted external stakeholder working groups, and promoted the CAP at all of our sustainability related events. And then the next part of this on the slide, you'll see indirect outreach. So that CAP touched over 132,000 community members through social media, email blasts, websites, promotions, as well as our other various outreach resources that we have with our Inside Irvine, also our environmental programs newsletter as well. Now, the city received feedback through three main mechanisms: comment cards, public workshops, responses submitting during a Slido visioning activity done at our presentations, both virtual and in person, and the online community survey. So all responses were recorded, tracked, and we were quantified into general themes. And some of these main themes of feedback are what you see here on the slide. So most importantly, community issues and priorities that we identified was public transportation, renewable energy, and expanded active transportation such as biking and walking. And also we identified some of the city's strengths, which is the level of community engagement, our city's resources, and also our open space and natural lands. And also our challenges that we identified were car dependency, impacts from climate disasters, and also our lack of public transit infrastructure. Now, here are some lessons we have learned along the way. So some of our successes, we conducted over 30 in-person virtual workshops, and we achieved significant outreach for CAP, surpassing most local governments. And we received over 8,800 comments through our online survey. Now, despite our efforts, some of our, to reach the 132,000 community members, many remained untouched. And I would say we are a small and mighty team here in Irvine within our sustainability division, environmental programs division, but there's about 4 of us. So limited staff resources, kind of really hinder some of the outreach opportunities, but we still go, as I say, full throttle as much as we can, and to reach any touch point we can. And for example, we recently had another climate workshop earlier this past week, and anytime we have any of our social events is always another touch point as well as our big event that we had recently in early October, our Global Village Festival, which that's also another touch point that we really try to utilize, engaging with the public, discussing our climate action plan. Now, some of the best practices that we've identified when it comes to communicating with our public is also translating our community surveys into all of our 8 language thresholds. We're a very diverse community, and we want to make sure that we can get to every demographic of our community. We've delivered presentations, workshops directly to the people, HOAs. We've gone to HOA board meetings. We've met with nonprofit. We've done nonprofit monthly meetings, after-school programs, and including feedback opportunities and outreach. We've continued to do, our community survey and visioning questions via Slido. And that concludes my presentation. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Ryan. And before I go to the audience, I actually have a question. How is the findings from your surveys being incorporated into the CAP and into planning going forward?
Well, the actions really, so the feedback that we got from our residents really helped develop really a lot of our actions. And that identified to us like the priorities that we needed to focus on within our community. And that is one of the main focal points, I guess we'd say, like how we incorporated their responses.
Thanks. Any questions from the audience, either in person or online? Yeah.
Hello again. You defined the team here in Irvine as a small but mighty, 4 people. Irvine is a city of 300,000 people. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you identified one of the resources that Irvine has. One of the strengths is, of course, monetary. Sorry, I'm not trying to nitpick. Ballpark, what size team would you want if you were going to really meet outreach and develop the CAP in as straightforward and ambitious a capacity as possible?
Well, that's a good question. And when it comes to our staffing and our resources, I always have to essentially, giving you an exact number how much staff we need, I would just say as many as we can get. I think not just us, but in other municipalities that you'll see all throughout California, especially in Orange County with colleagues we've spoken with, as well as there as many staff as we can get. I don't have an exact number figure on exactly how many staff that would determine a success of an outreach campaign necessarily, but we also have our public information office that we work with as well on these initiatives. But again, as many as we can get.
Quick follow-up question to that. Obviously, Irvine's a big city and has a lot of resources. Who has a bigger team than Irvine? Are we aware of that? Does anyone know? I'll open this one up.
I believe the city of Santa Monica has around 10, 12. This is one example.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner House?
This is really impressive, the amount you've been able to do with a limited team of 4. Can you provide any thoughts or ideas, going back to some of the discussion this morning, about how the work that you've done can help inform, maybe at the front end, some of the work that the utilities are doing in regards to their engagement plans?
I definitely think focusing on grassroots efforts. As the mayor mentioned earlier today, reaching out directly to the municipalities and actually engaging with them, because we know our communities best. So how to reach those communities. And I think also what's unique about Irvine is, we're a master plan community. We have a lot of HOA communities as well. And we have those contacts and resources for you to be able to really engage with them. Also, we're fortunate in that aspect. We also have facilities and, like we're here today, to be able to host potentially those types of in-person meetings with these, utility companies to be able to explain their programs. But I think, grassroots, social media is huge. I think one aspect that as we were getting in the CAP, as additional social media resources were coming about, or learning how to really utilize them strategically. I'll give an example. We had a recent compost giveaway event this past weekend, and when we first started it, it wasn't as successful. But over time, we engaged with these social media platforms that are grassroots, like Nextdoor. And over time, we've been able to hit so many touch points that regular social media, like your newsprint or your email newsletters wouldn't necessarily hit. It was literally neighbor to neighbor conversations. And our compost giveaway events have been successful. We've cleaned out every event we've done so far. This past weekend, we had around 360, we counted by cars, is the best way to do it. 360 cars alone came and picked up compost event for us. And a lot of them, when we asked them, how did you know about our event? I'd say about 30% was Nextdoor. So using those kind of tools, I think, is another way to reach a different group and a different demographic as well.
Thank you. We're going to go to Casey Daly. And do remember, if you're speaking for the first time, to introduce yourself.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Casey Daly. I'm the Director of Energy and Environmental Programs for the Western Riverside Council of Governments, or WRCOG. And we are the lead administrative agency for the Inland Regional Energy Network, or IREN. And IREN is a program administrator alongside the others including SoCal REN down here in Southern California and the newly authorized San Diego REN. I wanted to comment on this, your amazing work here, and say that a staff of 4 for a sustainability department is pretty impressive. My region represents 52 cities in Riverside and San Bernardino counties. I can count 2 cities that have positions with sustainability in them, Palm Springs and Riverside. And so the lack of capacity, I mean, it's impressive to have even 4. But what we find is that there is a tremendous amount of lack of capacity in local government to focus on these specific types of initiatives. And so I think that is probably the bill's self-serving, but the role that regional entities like councils of governments and regional energy networks can play in this conversation, I think is worth taking note of, because what we can bring is a single point of contact to then open up an entire region to those groups. And like you say, you know your community best. You know how to get into your community and the individuals and the organizations that are active, like Community Action Partnership. So thank you.
Thank you, Casey. And we're going, yeah, we can take one more question. Go ahead. Let me bring you a mic.
David Martinez with Climate Action Campaign. We spoke earlier about community exhaustion and duplicative meetings and such. So Irvine is served by 4 different school districts. It has the Irvine Ranch Water District. There are multiple different JPAs and special districts that serve this area. So I wanted to know what, if any, coordination was there on community outreach, what tips you might have, if there was any, on this process, and what information sharing can be done now that the community feedback is almost done. For example, you have public transit as one of the top issues, and now OCTA, I'm sure, would love to hear that information. So can you explain your relationship and your coordination with other governmental agencies, not just municipal, county, but special district, JPA, et cetera?
So I can comment on some of that when it comes to some of the relationships we've had with various jurisdictions. I would give an example of Orange County Waste and Recycling. They're a big player in this area. We host the landfill. For those who aren't familiar with the city of Irvine, where we host the Bowerman landfill. And they're a big agency that we work with all the time because also of state mandates, but also in relation to those state mandates that also contribute to reducing GHG emissions in relation to also to our cap. And I think when it comes to the agencies like Irvine Water District, as you mentioned, they're an independent entity from us, but we do reach out. We do share information with one another, but I can't really comment on what they're doing in their aspect. We only can focus on what we're doing when it comes to the city of Irvine and our municipality. But we do reach out to the county. We do have relationships with the county and OCTA. We have our transportation division as well that also talks about those initiatives and trying to collaborate when it comes to transportation issues. But there is within at least my realm and within my group specifically, we do deal with the county quite a bit though on those very issues, but not saying it couldn't be better either way when it comes to everybody sharing information, since we're all in this together.
Mayor Khan?
And I just want to add, many of us do sit on different boards, so there is a crossover with JPAs, Orange County Sanitation District, where you do have your water district people there as well. So there is some cross intersectionality of conversations happening in these different positions. There's various OCPA board, there's the Vector Control Board. And so there's where that crossover happens, and we're able to share information. I also sit on the Orange County Transportation Authority Board. So there is overlap information being shared between agencies, but absolutely can be better. It's not where it should be, but it is there. But I think it really depends on the people that are in these seats. I'm constantly communicating what's happening in our city on these boards and taking information back, but sometimes that's not always happening with other jurisdictions.
Thank you. For the sake of time, we're going to move on. So I would like to hand it over to Angie Hacker with the California Climate and Energy Collaborative.
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks to Commissioner Halk and CPUC staff for having me join this panel. It's an important topic, and I'm happy to share some thoughts and examples on streamlining state and community engagement. I'm Angie Hacker. I've had about 20 years of experience working in community scale energy and climate and sustainability issues, much of that time in local government and also in state government. Now I am the CEO of Prosper Sustainably, and here today in my role as the statewide best practices coordinator for the California Climate and Energy Collaborative. That's a program of CivicWell. It's actually primarily funded by the regional energy networks, but others as well. And we've been around for about 15 years. And fun fact, we were actually born out of the CPUC direction to establish the California Climate and Energy Collaborative. And my position was established about 15 years ago. And we're still at it. My role generally is half working with local governments, half working with tribes, and I'll probably get to that. But a lot of my role ends up being in the space in between them and state and local or state and federal agencies, and trying to build a bridge to better amplify the needs that are happening on the ground. So we're going to start first a little bit with what we're doing locally with local governments and their partners, and then we'll talk a little bit how we're broadening that out a bit. So, you know, just to give some context here, what we're talking about here, it's a huge challenge, and I've been at the study of this challenge of engagement and doing it well, but streamlined for a lot of years now. And SEEK has kind of had some big thoughts about this and what role we can play in trying to help solve the problem. And I'll just tell you, in the last couple of weeks, I have spoken with NOAA, Caltrans, CEC, CARB, SGC, LCI, EPA, who all have really important multiple initiatives that they wish they could vet with communities, and everybody wants to get the right investments in the right places. And I have to tell you, like, this perspective that I've been enjoying having in the last 4 years has been really illuminating. And then I feel very responsible. We are not getting the right voices in the right places most of the time. It's not enough voices, and when we do, are we really doing the best job of asking the right questions, and are we asking pertinent questions to really influence policy the way that we need to? And I'll say, I think we can do better. So we've been trying to think about how, and so we sort of stepped into the space understanding that the engagement and transparency across multiple agencies was pretty low for local governments and their partners, except in CPUC regulatory space, where we have Local Government Sustainable Energy Coalition, which is doing a great job on the regulatory world, but not necessarily in this less formal space. And really we're not always present. Our voice is not always present where it needs to be across agencies on energy and climate issues. So everything that Sempra and everybody else was saying is very true. And it's not just that we're overwhelmed and fatigued as communities, and there's not enough time. You would need to have 2 full-time staff members to provide all the input that's always out there. There's like a dozen input needs at any given time. It's that, like I said, I don't know that we're getting the reach that we need. I don't know that we're getting enough input from the right cross-section of the community. And like I said, we're not always asking the questions to make clear what we need from community. Sometimes we roll in and we ask too general of questions. So there's a way to streamline things in just what you say when you come. And it also feels like what communities tell me all the time is that it feels like a one-time, one-way transaction. And transactional, not relational. And they don't have an opportunity to tell you always what they are seeing or feeling or need. And that we don't share that information across agencies, and we don't always follow up, and we're not sure how it was used. So I think there's a lot of improvements in how we can do engagement. So it's not just you. And so what I've been looking at is how can we solve this across maybe multiple agencies and where the issues are overlapping, and frankly, their questions are repetitive. And we'd like to try to streamline that as well. So I get to share some examples of what we're doing. First thing here I'm going to talk about is SLEEK, so State and Local Energy and Climate Coordination, and this is something that we've developed over the last 1.5 years that's going well. It's SEEK And primarily the Strategic Growth Council is our big partner here. We co-facilitate this group, but we've had active participation and actually sponsorship thanks to the California Energy Commission and CARB. We've had participation from lots of agencies, including CPUC, OPR, now LCI, and others, actually about 9 agencies. And we've grown now to have about 250 people registered across the state that are participating in these meetings. At first, they were just quarterly statewide meetings, and the goal of it was to serve as this statewide communication and ideation hub to help state and local leaders improve coordinated efforts. Because the formula is kind of the same in terms of what you need to actually get needs to the right ears, but the topics vary widely. Maybe the solution could be shared and scaled. And so Sleek, what we're trying to do is make it very action-oriented. We identify priority needs and co-create operational solutions to advance place-based energy and climate action. So go to the next slide, please. So we set out to build a stronger collaborative relationship. It was very clear to us, like a bridge could be made between local and state agencies because we're natural partners, and the more we coordinate, we definitely believe will elicit better investments in the right places at the end of the day, and more effective programs, policies, and projects. And so we're learning a lot. We're having these really good conversations about what are the priorities across the state that we need to work on together between state and local entities. And so we're ready at this point to sort of build off a successful year one. Part of what we're thinking about doing is broadening the voices at the table and knowing that having just one statewide meeting might not be enough. We want to get into regions. And so we have the ability, because we have thousands of people in our network and friends like the Wrens, and I'll talk about this too, friends in tribes, friends at COGS, an association of governments, and APCDs, and climate collaboratives, that there's a way to do this in conjunction and bringing these parties together. So we're going into regions is my point. So if you go to the next slide, we're going to keep our statewide remote meetings. We do one of them in person a year, and what we're doing next is going into regions. And I will tell you, the very good news is that maybe even today or tomorrow, I get to launch a website and an e-blast for the first of these regional convenings we're about to hold. And what's funny and was totally unintentional is that Casey is my planning partner from IREN. We're hosting it at Morongo, who you're going to hear from next with Karen. Strategic Growth Council is co-facilitating it with not Catherine, but somebody else. And it's a very homegrown thing, and we've got other partners that are helping us plan this thing. And what we're really attempting to achieve here is to get folks to maximize their time when they come out to provide input. Not just for one thing. People don't have 4 months to spend on one topic if you smash it all together. But when they come to this event we're hosting, it's a one-day thing. We're going to bring multiple agencies there to provide their announcements and do direct input, like listening sessions there. So you come, yes, you have a snappy, easy way to drop off some input on probably some complex topics, but these agencies are going to have to come ready to get some input in a short amount of time, or at least a teaser. And so not only that, but they get to share. So there's going to be state-led breakouts. There's going to be region-led breakouts where they get to share what they're doing. We want to amplify up the successes, learnings, priorities, needs, challenges that local governments, tribes, higher ed, CBOs, NGOs are facing in the region. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to document it. Document this landscape understanding of the characteristics, needs, and priorities of this region and share it with that region so it can leverage its own capacity better, but also share it with these state agencies so they don't have to come back and keep asking. Or when they do come back to ask, we're building off an accumulation of an understanding of a region and not starting from scratch. So that's the dream. And we're calling it REACH, Regional Energy and Climate Hubs. And our first one will be in the Inland Empire on December 5th. And I guess what I'll say is CPUC would be a fantastic participant, and I will give you a breakout, but it's one of many vehicles that we can offer to help you engage with communities without reinventing the wheel. And not only that, once we get these regions a bit organized, we understand the stakeholders and who's doing what, then we can reach them more easily. When you need to come for your own thing, or you at least want to alert them about an opportunity, we have a way to do it. It's an easy vehicle that's built. The social infrastructure is there, the social cohesion and the network is there, and we don't have to pretend that it's not. So with that, I will probably stop there, although I have tribal examples to share as well, but I think I will leave that to Karen.
Thank you, Angie. Do we have any questions from the audience, either in person or online?
Sounds very interesting and inspiring what's going on here. I'm just wondering, as someone, Judith E. Clay from the CPUC, is someone who's been involved in public meetings for 30 years, actually, both at the federal government and state. I'm just wondering if you've been using visual note takers at all, because I think especially for remote, but also for in person, they're really good at actually catching what people are saying. And then I just kind of cogitating on this problem, and I think we're all feeling a lot of pressure because of the requirements of a lot of the grant programs now. Should we think about kind of a civil grand jury model where you actually have a group that it's their job to basically be the group that can reflect the community, and where it's more of a recognition that, you know, for a year you're going to be engaged in this process and there's going to be a time dimension to that, but you're kind of more committed.
That's really interesting to think about. In fact, I was sitting here making notes. REACH, once it's established, like ideally that could become an organization that is a fiscal entity. It actually could compensate people for their participation. Wouldn't that be lovely? And not just for one thing, but for for multiple things. A much easier, more streamlined way to potentially compensate the right voices to continue to come to the table. And they keep getting better and better, right? Because they're getting good at this engagement. They understand across a bunch of different topics what they could possibly contribute. Yeah, so you've got this like maturity growing in terms of the ability to provide really good input. And I don't know if that's what you're thinking, but if that's a grand jury, great. There's other ways to do that. Like I have a tribal advisory group that I also I help run from the Tribal Climate Health Project, 10 of those, and we bring things to them and they get to help advise and make decisions on things. I think there's a bunch of different ways to do what you're saying. Oh, I like it. I'm trying to get more savvy about how we actually gather more input when we have people on the spot. I'm really desperate about this issue. It's like when we take people's time, let me give them as many opportunities to provide something useful, to give them something useful, and for them to take something away useful, and so for them to give their input. Yeah, and there's digital democracy. There's all sorts of tools out there. I think Casey and I are going to have to talk about how we do a better job of taking notes, but that's a good point.
Thank you. Any other final questions for Angie before we move on to our final speaker? Doesn't look like it. Okay, with that, I would like to introduce Karen Woodard of the Morongo Band of Mission Indians.
Everybody can hear me? Okay. Karen Woodard, I am the Realty Administrator, Planning Administrator for the Morongo Band of Mission Indians. I would also like to thank CPUC for having me here today and allowing me to talk from a tribal perspective on tribal engagement in the Climate Adaptation Plan. You can go to the next slide. So just to kind of orient you all, I just kind of want to talk about where Morongo is located if you're not familiar. We are in Riverside County. We're in between two mountain passes, the San Gorgonio Mountains and the San Jacinto Mountains. We have about 35,000 acres on both sides, both the mountain ranges. And again, we have some beautiful vistas out there. It's absolutely gorgeous. We're well positioned on the Interstate 10. We're about 15 minutes from Palm Springs and about 80, 90 minutes away from Los Angeles County. We're also in a major corridor. The I-10 freeway is a major corridor for tourists, commuters, goods movement, all kinds of retail. We also have large-scale transmission lines that run across the reservation. We have Southern California Edison that has double circuit 230s, 115, as well as we have Southern California Gas with their large transmission lines that services Southern California. We also are a sovereign nation. We're a tribal government. We have the ability to enter into contracts, right-of-ways, economic development opportunities. Our reservation, well, we are the Morongo Band of Mission Indians. We are actually, our ancestral territory is Coya and Serrano, and our territory runs from the border of California and Arizona all the way to the high desert up there in Victorville. This is just a kind of a landscape map showing you kind of how large the reservation is. Like I said, we're 35,000 acres, which is about 54 square miles. Our reservation has about 650 homes with a population of about, last I heard was about 1,500, I think. So we have a lot of land that we have to manage on our own. I oversee our realty program, our title program. So we do all of the land management for the Morongo Band of Mission Indians. I have staff of 6 that manage that, as well as I oversee our construction services department, our environmental department, our cultural resources department, and our tribal historic preservation office. And I say that because when I talk about tribal engagement and I talk about tribal consultation, 2 different things. Tribes are relatively small in California. We're not like the rest of the nation. We have 109 tribes. We're a large, as far as population in the country, we're probably the largest population, but we are all very small tribes. Our reservation includes tribal trust lands. It might include allotted individually owned fee lands, Indian owned fee, as well as privately owned fee parcels. Again, we're located in a major utility corridor with gas and electric. And then we also have distribution systems that service our tribal community, the local community being the Cabazon area, Whitewater, as well as tribal enterprises. And the next slide is kind of a map that kind of shows you where our transmission lines are located, mainly on the north side of the freeway, as well as we do have some that are on the south side. Gas is on both sides of the freeway. So while we're involved in a lot of the larger transmission facilities, it's taken the tribe many, many years to come to the table with the utility companies. And the only way we did get that voice was when those right-of-ways finally came up for expiration. And then we were able to participate in the negotiations of those renewals on those right-of-ways, as well as get involved with being part of an investor of the upgrades to the transmission lines. So Morongo developed and was approved by FERC the Morongo Transmission LLC, which gives us the opportunity to participate or to lease a portion of those lines for tribal use. So tribal engagement, if you want to go to the next slide, please. No tribe is the same. We are all very unique. Our governments are all very different. We don't do business the same way. We may consult with each other. We like to consult with each other. We like to know how each other's doing different negotiations or participating in, for instance, in this type of arena, which is very new to tribes. Tribes have not been in the energy space until recently, until CPUC started noticing that tribal nations were being looked over, and until we started renewing right-of-ways. Then that's when tribes started getting more of a say-so in the space. And when I talk about small, we're very small. Our tribal governments are very small. They may only have, the most tribal councils in California are 7 members. They may have a very small administration office that has, maybe less than 10 people that are doing everything they can to manage the tribal lands, their homes, their utilities, everything that involves managing a city. So we're trying to manage a city on our own. We have our own public works departments, we have our own fire departments, we have our own tribal police, and we're all trying to manage that on a very small government. Some tribes are even struggling to get broadband. There are a lot of tribes out there that have yet to get broadband. They may have broadband to a tribal enterprise, but they don't have a tribal broadband to their community. It's only been in the last probably 7 years that Morongo's had actually broadband on the reservation to the community. Otherwise, we had to open up our offices to allow members to come in and check their emails, or kids that needed to do schoolwork. We're very family oriented. We wanted everybody to be able to get that opportunity for an education. Even today, we still teach our elders how to stream DirecTV or set up an email address. So we're very, very new into broadband and energy. So again, we're not large. We're not large like most cities and counties. The majority of us don't even have CEOs, CAOs, city managers, those types of things. Like I said, very few have electric utilities. We have some tribes in Southern California here that are still struggling to get electricity to their reservation and are having to look to other options. Could be solar, some type of battery storage, or something to get power to them. They're also inundated with hundreds and hundreds of notices. Being federal land, we're regulated by federal regulations. We get notices up on top of notices up on top of notices. We get them from state agencies, and it's very difficult to manage all of those notices. They do get overlooked. They do get passed by because, I don't know, we're dealing with some emergency out on the reservation. But we're doing everything we can to manage it. And what the point I'm trying to make with that is, if a tribal government does not respond to your notice, don't look at it like we're ignoring it. It's just we haven't had a chance to get to it. Most people want a 30-day response. There's no way we can do that. We need time. We're also a bureaucracy. We have to get things to our tribal councils. We have to get things, to our community, and that takes time. So involving ourselves in energy goals with CPUC, the state, the utilities, it's rather overwhelming for tribes. And there needs to be more outreach when it comes to the tribes. We also have to understand that tribes' engagement means something different than consultation. And generally, tribes prefer consultation. They've always had that. When it comes to a state agency, even when it comes to a utility, they want the tribal consultation, government to government first. Then they will go into the engagement. They need to understand the purpose of your interest in the tribe. So we know climate change is affecting all of us. Our tribal communities deal with it all the time. They've been dealing with it for hundreds of years. We deal with flooding, we deal with wildfires, we deal with extreme temperatures. And we have little resources to manage them. Like I said, we have a public works department. If we have a flood, guess what? Everybody has to be out there doing what they can. We don't have emergency responses like some cities and states do. Our emergency response is FEMA. And that took many, many years to get FEMA to even recognize us. So we're very well behind in dealing with the impacts of climate change, or having the resources to deal with climate change. Tribes have had to do it on their own. So funding is minimal for us to do studies, feasibility studies on energy resources. We don't have a lot of funding for that. Our funding sources are few and far between. There's Bureau of Indian Affairs. Department of Energy is now finally stepping up in the past probably 3 or 4 years. And then, of course, the CPUC and the CEC have also started noticing that tribes have been left out of this space. So resources are coming, but they're just very, very slow and far and few between. So the tribes are coming together. They're noticing that this space is they're getting more and more attention in this space. So they are trying to come together as tribal nations when they meet with their Southern California Association of Governments or when they meet with their gaming associations, those types of things, these topics come up. So we're trying to assist each other in finding other sources of funding. Maybe it's a collaboration of, that we all work together on a certain grant or some type of funding. We just recently, or I should say, Angie and Prosper Sustainability just recently stepped up and brought, through the Southern California Association of Governments, the Tribal Energy and Climate Collaborative, and that represents 25 Southern California tribes. Nonprofit organization, and they have assisted us with different types of grants to help us understand our energy space, do feasibility studies, help us with energy master planning, which is something we all have to start thinking about. So it was established in 2023 through federal grant dollars. It wasn't the tribes put in funding, but the federal grant was able to put together this collaborative of different tribes. And with the Southern California Association Government's 50 years experience, the tribal leaders all work very well together and have worked well with this group in trying to come together with how do we deal with the climate change? How are we going to deal with, a major flood or a fire? And how do we help each other? So we do have cooperative agreements between fire departments to assist each other if it's needed, as well as public works. They'll take their tractors and all that out there to help them with a flooding issue or trying to open up a road if they have to. So TEC's mission is to deliver clean energy and climate change solutions through a thriving, sustained, and complementary tribal government, community-based organization, and for-profit partnership ecosystem. And it's led by, the Southern California Association of Tribal Governments. And it serves the tribes and the communities in Southern California. In the first year that TEC was advancing its strategic partnerships, conducting tribal needs assessments, and obtaining capacity building grants, and other resources for tribes, including the Strategic Growth Council's Regional Climate Collaborative Program. And they've also found funding through the National Sciences Foundation's Economic Engine and the CPUC Equity, Education, and Engagement Grant. So the TECC has really been a blessing for tribes. So the path forward, how do we move forward? So tribal participation in workshops, seminars, and conferences, such as the California Climate Energy Collaborative, Inland Regional Energy Network, Irvine, Western Riverside Council of Governments have all been stepping up to assist tribes and understand this space again. Obtaining grants, they've been very forthcoming in assisting the tribes in writing grants. And then there's the Department of Energy and Office of Indian Energy that is now having grants available to tribes for feasibility studies on energy programs for reservations such as microgrids, renewable energy opportunities, and battery storage systems. But some of the things that we need to start looking at is other types of assistance. For instance, tribal housing is generally ran through our HUD, Housing, Urban, and Development. Tribal nations don't get to go out and get a mortgage like we do, like somebody with a fee parcel within a city. They have to go through a special program. So in that space, the Housing, Urban Development has yet to come with them with like solar grants or renewable energy for their houses. It's still a standard, okay, here's so much money you can have, a small home, which most tribes are living in substandard housing. So tribal community engagement. We think that the utility companies need to do more tribal liaisons to work directly with tribal staff and tribal communities. And like I said, we could start with the consultation, government to government. Then the tribal council will approve staff to work with that group. And then that staff will work with the community. We need to assist tribal staff with materials, education, and knowledge so that they can inform their tribal councils and communities of the impacts of the climate change and understanding the renewable energy changes taking place within the state. We need more regional meetings with utility companies so that tribal communities understand the necessity and need to participate and engage with utility companies and the CPUC and the CEC. Provide education and travel funding for tribal staff to attend workshops, conferences, etc., and assist with grant writing or education on grant writing. And that's what I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions in the room for Karen?
I didn't mean to blast it with all those titles.
Yeah, please.
I work at RAND. I also double there as a professor, and we have a lot of PhD students who are always very interested in working with local governments. Thus far, we do a lot of Santa Monica work because we're based in Santa Monica, but I have had some students recently ask, how could I get involved with some of the tribes? So for some of those students, both mine as well as others in the room or online, how would you suggest that we connect?
I can give you my contact information after this meeting. Yes, we do. We would like to work with more students. We do have internships programs that we, generally it's been through Cal State, Riverside. But yes, we would like to expand from that because we need the assistance as well. We need the assistance with gathering data and doing the research and that type of thing. So generally the best way to do is to just send a letter first to the tribal chairman, and then the tribal chairman generally tries to get that down to the correct person. And you can always go from the tribal chairperson to other staff people, which always a good start is like our Tribal Historic Preservation Office, our Cultural Resources Department. They're always looking for students that want to come out onto the reservation and learn.
Thank you. Commissioner, I believe you had some questions?
Yeah, I just, this is really great and very informative and helpful, I think, for all of us. We've got Southern California Edison and SoCal Gas in the room. I don't know if there's anything you would like them specifically to know about their community engagement plans for the CAVAs and how they're engaging with the tribes, if there's any lessons learned for a CE for their, because as they said, this is going to be their second CAVA that they're putting together, and then SoCal Gas, they're going through their process now. Is there anything that you think they should specifically know about engagement with tribes, or something that you would like to see from the utilities as they're moving through this process?
Well, I deal with Southern California Edison and SoCal Gas quite often on the reservation because I get utilities to housing or to our commercial enterprises, our tribal enterprises. I have to say the tribal liaisons have been great. They've been really helpful in getting utilities onto the reservation, but I really haven't had a lot of consultation when it comes to CAVA. Actually, this is really the first time I've actually even been involved with it. So I think a little bit more engagement from Edison and SoCal Gas would be very nice. I would suggest a consultation with our tribal council, and then they will bring staff in that they would give direction to as far as what it is that you guys would like to see from the tribal engagement. And we'll bring in the communities. There might be presentations. We have general membership meetings. Tribes are true democracies, so everything goes through our tribal membership. They vote on different land uses. They vote on economic opportunities. It may be a presentation to our community, but that would have to be requested through our tribal council.
Thank you. Any other questions for Karen in the room here?
It's kind of a follow-up to the commissioners. I've staff member, obviously, and have been observing the renegotiation of the right-of-ways from our perspective, staff perspective. And it was really there was a perception that there was a very different process that went on with SoCal Gas versus Southern California Edison. Are there any lessons learned from that process that, you know, can inform this process as well as others?
And unfortunately, the negotiations were confidential, and I can't really speak to that.
Got it. We have just hit our time, but I will save some room for anyone online who may want to raise their hand at this time. One last opportunity. All right. Well, with that, I want to thank all of our presenters. Give them another round of applause. We really, really appreciate your time and your input. And we are going to take one more 15-minute break. And then we will be back at 3:55 so that we can have our final discussion segment. All right. Thank you, everyone. So we are entering the last discussion segment for the afternoon. And we have our presenters still up here, but this will be more conversational. We'll definitely be inviting the audience to comment and ask questions as well. But we'd like to start out by inviting the commissioner to ask any other questions that she might have. Commissioner Houck, did you have any other questions?
No, I don't have any other questions from.
Okay.
But I just really want to thank all of the presenters and everyone for being here today. This has been a really, really great discussion, and I really appreciate everyone's time and engaging on this.
Thank you. Yes. Claps to all of you, honestly, for making the time, because I know, as we've been talking about today, it is really not easy to make the time. You got a clock right there. And if Commissioner and Mayor, if questions pop up for you, just flag me now. All right. So with that, I am going to jump into my set of questions here. I'm going to do a couple questions here, and these are aimed at. I'm going to aim them at the folks in the U, but then I'll also invite anyone in the audience or online to also jump in. So we've kind of hit on some of my questions here today, but I just wanted to kind of give one last opportunity for really anyone here or online to bring up any other best practices for engagement that maybe you don't feel like got enough attention today, anything we haven't talked about or thought of.
Again, I'm Reverend Jackson, Village Solutions Foundation. We've been working right now almost 7 years with Southern California Edison, and they created, we started, it's called the Energy Ambassador Program. And I've taken that same concept from the tribal community, because in the Southern California area that we primarily work in, there's really no black community anymore. And so when we're talking about outreach, how do we engage this community that when it says BIPOC, it's black, indigenous, people of color. When you look at the most vulnerable, all the data says black folk. When you look at the hard to reach, all the data says black folk. So what we've done is looked at what's the best way to get to that community, and we decided it's the church. It's always been historically, if you're going to get information into the black community, the church is that trusted vessel. But now, how do we make sure that that church is trained to receive the information, and then trained on how to deliver the information, and then trained on how to sustain the information? So we came up with this called Energy Ambassador Program. And Edison has worked real well with us to create even a website, and then putting resources on that site, information, training them on how to go into the public policy aspect, training on how to engage with the civic engagement aspect of it, because this information is so new. And even when we've done our surveys, Sister Johnson, 80 years old, she asked me, Reverend, what am I adapting to again? Because when you look at this community, we've had to adapt to, they've had to adapt to the technology environment. They've had to adapt to the civil rights environment. They had to adapt to Jim Crow. They had to adapt to slavery. So now you're telling them, okay, I got to adapt to something else. What is it that they're having to adapt to? So we went in and engaged this project, and that, again, Edison has worked real well with us to train the ministries on how to engage this as a ministry. and then showing them how to get access to the resources, the technical assistance side. We even provide technical assistance for them to making sure that their community development corporations, if they have one, is actually compliant, because when they're going out and applying for these fundings, we found that most of them had some form of suspension, either at the franchise tax board level, the Secretary of State level. Some of them had even had their tax exempt statuses suspended and they didn't even know it. So again, when we're talking about going in and engaging with these communities, and like politicians, I don't let politicians in my pulpit till after the election. Because, I mean, all you're doing is coming and you're telling me what you might do, what you may be able to do, and the black church is always one of those sources that everybody goes to a week before they need something. So that's why we went and said, okay, now let's train these organizations on how to, number one, even have the resources to be able to go and get funded themselves, instead of having another CBO go in and get funded and then come to the church, do an event, drop some flyers, and then keep on going. And then the church is left with, you know, a bunch of flyers in their parking lot, but no funding. And so again, Edison has been real supportive in us, you know, with this Energy Ambassador program. And we also let the ministries know this is a long-term process. You know, you're not going to get funded in 8 months. This is not an 8-month project. We get them to even engage for at least 3 years. And then we work with we have an internship program that we identified. Let's identify some folk that's in your ministry that has this interest that we can train, because we know if you engage the pastor, that project is going to sit on his desk and die. And that's one of the issues that we have with some of these programs that we're doing. Everyone goes, engages the pastor, they do these breakfasts, they do these lunches, pastor comes to the program, you give them some flyers, and then the information dies right there. But we're saying that we're really having a lot of success with having them engage the process as a process and a ministry, because we have the same problems that the indigenous community have. We're the last ones on everybody. If it's something bad, the black community is on the top of the list. If it's something good, they're on the bottom of the list. And we're always getting that information last. And this climate change and this sustainability environment, it's a brand new industry. And so what we've tried to do is show them how they can take opportunities into it. So again, with our Edison program, we showed them, okay, you can get access to, you know, the Energy Assistance Fund. You can get access to the gas companies' Energy Assistance Fund. They have scholarship programs. So now that, you know, we go in and maybe do some weatherization on that church's building, you know, work with somebody, and one of the members may get their refrigerator replaced, get them to spread that. So now they have something tangible in their hand. Now it's easier to get them that information. But just to come in and say, we're going to do a survey for climate adaptation, 99.9% of folk are clueless on what it is.
Thank you very much. Anyone else want to talk about any missed best practices for engagement? It's hard to follow that up, I will admit.
That was hard to follow up, but I'd just like to make a comment. I'm really happy to hear about the ambassador program. And Edison does have quite a few educational programs, but I would like to make a suggestion to the utility companies. They generally push it out to an enrolled Native American. We have a lot of tribal descendants that need assistance as well. They need education, they need jobs, they need to get involved in this as well, because they also live on the reservation even though they're not enrolled.
Commissioner Houck?
Just as a follow-up, as you were saying something tangible and what Karen mentioned, I think there was a comment earlier by one of the utilities, and I'm not sure, it might have been Edison, on the decarbonization, seeing that as something different from climate adaptation, and also the affordability issue. And in my conversations with community groups, I'm not sure that they see those as separate, because decarbonization is going to be a big tool that we're using as we're adapting. So maybe being able to figure out how to connect that to the engagement, to bring to light some of the tangible things that we're hearing that the communities are looking to see, and how it can directly affect them now, is something that could be really beneficial.
Energy Access Working Group, also a part of the Climate Resilience Group. So when we address it as both, because you got to do both. You've got to adapt. Again, we even work with the pastors on how to engage Scripture into the process. Being transformed by the renewing of your mind. Transformation is adaptation. Is adoption. So again, getting them into the space of this is something that you're going to have to do. We push that 2045 initiative, and then showing them this is a mandate. So now, where are the opportunities in this mandate, instead of just always telling me, okay, you got to adapt to this, and if you don't adapt to this, you're going to get ran over. Again, being able to, where are the workforce development opportunities in here? How is this going to impact if you have a piece of property? We're working with the issue right now to where in the Edison territory, where the multifamily common areas project is being done. They went in and did the survey, and they upset every senior citizen that was in that project. They refused to sign the subscription agreement. And then one of them, because one of them is a member of mine, they called me, and then they emailed me the subscription agreement. They sent me every agreement that whatever agency went in to try to do their surveys with them. And you can tell, they said they walked out of the meeting because they felt insulted, because all they did was tell them, here's what we're getting ready to do, and then here's this subscription agreement that you want me to sign. And you've got these seniors, some of them really had reading problems, they had reading challenges, so you're going to ask me to sign something that I have no understanding about, and you just brought me down here in the common area today to tell me this is what you're getting ready to do, and then a week later started to work. And now then you want to have me come in and say, okay, we want to give you another survey. They're going to say no, because they think that they're being taken advantage of now. So I've had to work with them, ma'am, this is a good opportunity for you. There is benefit in here for you, but now we're having to go in, and we're not getting paid for it. It's just that, it's one of my members, and she wants to stay there, so now we're going to go and have them gather up at our church, and then we're going to explain to them, the nuts and bolts of that subscription agreement to see if they will sign it.
Thank you. I believe we had a question back here.
Hi, I'm Patrick Murphy with PSC Healthy Energy. I wanted to reiterate what the commissioner said. It's very important to make sure the stovepipes between these different programs are broken down. Decarbonization without considering affordability is a risk. Decarbonization without considering resilience and the higher reliance on electricity for cooking, for heating water, for heating homes after you've decarbed but haven't taken into account the potential outages. These need to be considered together, and especially affordability, tying them together, because the people that can least afford the resilience cushion are the folks that are already challenged with their current energy bill, let alone dealing with outages.
I believe I saw one here, and then we'll do that, and then we're going to have to move on because we're getting short on time.
This is getting back to best practices for outreach. The Reverend reminded me, if you are having trouble or you are finding faith-based communities more difficult to get traction with, or the right outlets or make the right connections, one of the key phrases that you'll get in the Christian spaces is stewardship of God's creation. That's the Christian ecological movement. There's a lot of societies and a lot of networks that are actually already active and built in around nationwide for cross-denominational purposes. Just certainly not the terms we usually use in the policy and the science based community for this, but yeah, stewardship and stewardship of God's creation is kind of like going to be your key phrase there. Probably not the first thing you think of if, like me, you've run into the other side of the creation community.
All right, we've got Casey.
Thank you. I wanted to just go back to the commissioner's comment about engagement and dealing with the multitude of proceedings that are going on. And there are so many, and I think you made a comment earlier about talking about owing it to the public in a certain way to understand the different proceedings. And as somebody that represents local government and works in local government, it's fascinating to me getting into the world of the CPUC proceedings and seeing the connectivity, whether it's decarbonization or affordability or resilience or adaptation, or because in local government's mind, for us, it's all the thing that we're dealing with. It's that thing, and so I think that there really could be some value in thinking about ways, if I'll plug regional organizations, because we have an opportunity to bring the same message to a wider number of local governments, but consider having multiple proceedings be part of a workshop, because for local government, it just like CBOs. Time and resources are scarce and precious, and particularly in smaller cities, and I represent a lot of smaller cities, if they can attend, it's going to be a stretch, but if they can attend and they can hear about 4 or 5 different things at the same time that all are relevant and germane to them, I think that that's a good approach, and so I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I did want to ask a bit of a segue, but so we have this other program that is not a part of this proceeding, but they have, so it's called the EPIC program, and they invest in different technological advances, and also can do research on other topics. And we're hearing a lot in this conversation on kind of the social sciences part of things, it seems. And so they have these pillars, and forgive me if I'm not giving the right terms. It's not the proceeding I normally work on. Strategic goals. Actually, yes, Cheryl is the supervisor on that program, so she can speak to this better than I can.
Well, when we were talking about different proceedings, and it just occurred to me, well, EPIC just this year, the commission determined 5 goals for EPIC investment for their 5th cycle, which will be 2026 through 2030. It'll be about $1 billion. And one of the 5 goals is climate adaptation. And so, this seems like a good forum to start collecting ideas to make those connections between proceedings. And also, when the Reverend was talking, I was thinking, like, you're talking about human behavior, right? How to build trust, and some of the things that we do look in R&D is, should we be looking at social research as part of getting people, should they electrify? What are the barriers to them doing that? Understanding what people really think. And so that's just one idea. Innovation could be about technology. It could be about streamlining processes. So I'm just going to throw that out there to make that connection and sort of plant that seed, maybe for some comments as we go forward.
Thank you. Way better than I could have said it.
Megan, could I?
Please do.
Being a social scientist, policy researcher who publishes in this all the day, I'm very happy to hear that. But let me put this down for a second. So I think one of the things that's really, really important with any sort of social science research is understanding first who needs to be in the room, or who do you need to actually ensure that you interact and connect with. We've heard today so many different groups, Reverend, Karen's groups, everybody here has different experiences where what has been happening thus far hasn't quite been meeting them where they are, and thus understanding what we need from those groups to be able to move forward. Part of a good social science is, regardless of whether you're a professor or whether you're, a kindergarten teacher, is really sort of moving forward with understanding from the beginning, working with the different communities. That can take a bunch of different forms, but using those best practices throughout. It is a balance, though. It's always going to be a balance. We've heard so much today as well about overwhelmed different communities, just being inundated with so many different asks. And so it is a difficulty that is going to rest on your shoulders, Commissioner, as well as others, of what is the trade-off that we choose between asking and involving communities from the beginning, which will definitely 100% reduce the barriers along the way. I would bet money on that, versus continuing to ask them and ask them and ask them and overwhelm them. And that's a tough decision, and it's kind of a unique balance for every question that's asked from what we see in the social science literature.
Thank you. And just for the record, that was Kelly Klima with the RAND Corporation. All right, so in the name of time, we are going to move on, and I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Zara to do a bit of facilitation. Just one second.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zara Jamshed, and I'm an equity analyst with the CPUC. On Megan's team, I guess kind of in this same vein, asking about duplicative requests and coming back to this theme of lack of compensation. In terms of barriers to like community participation, are there any examples that we haven't talked about yet of effective models for funding or more streamlined engagement that maybe addresses some of these barriers? Yeah.
So I apologize if this was addressed already. I'm Patty from Cool OC. We engage the community on sustainable living and climate resilience. And we're one of those smaller, newer, overwhelmed organizations. So I appreciate some of that conversation. I've tuned in online, so sorry if you guys already discussed this, but one of the things that comes to mind, which is a very obvious thing, is a little bit of the language barrier. So if there's plans for things to be in different languages, we just won't be able to get anybody's feedback if they can't understand what the literature is or the feedback that's wanted. And the second thing is, a lot of this CPUC stuff is very technical, so is there a way to make it easy to understand and not so technical and bring it home in a way that they understand how it applies to them? So those are two things that come to mind.
That's great. Thanks so much. Any other responses, both in the room and online?
Just one comment to your question about it is very technical, it is hard, and I think we're all grappling with how to get this information, because it's not only technical and difficult, but there's so much of it for so many proceedings that it's overwhelming. And so I think we're trying to brainstorm that internally, and any help or suggestions you have or the utilities have based on their engagement, I think having us all at the table to kind of brainstorm is going to be helpful. But I think it's going to be very important to get there as we're moving towards a clean energy future, because people are going to have to start thinking more about how and when they're using energy, and looking at how energy is contributing to climate impacts and adaptation. So I think this is the start of what's going to probably take a while to figure out, but we're at the table, and I think we're all trying to come up with ways to get there.
Hi, thank you. I'd just like to make a quick response, or a comment in response to, I guess the overall commitment of the IOUs and the CPUC and just the state of California in making climate reductions. We're at a meeting discussing gas and electric companies looking to do climate vulnerability assessments when they themselves are the very culprits, right? That is something we can agree on. They do contribute significantly to climate change. So something that is very difficult on my end, I am a grant writer and a climate specialist, technical consultant at CAP. And something that's very difficult at times to communicate is, why should I sign up for these care programs and other things when There is no other change. We don't see an end in sight. We don't see that good, clean transition being planned for low-income people. Innovation is amazing. Innovation is great. Innovation can be technology-based, but it is also how do we bring those technological resources to the people who can't afford it? How do we bring that resource and make it affordable in a way that if they assume, say, clean energy, say solar panels on their home or solar panels on a landlord's home, how are they not going to assume, say, the tax burdens of that increase in technology on their property? How are we going to ensure that their electric rates don't increase? And I know that that's something that is being discussed right now amongst the IOUs, but it is something very important, and it is something that needs to be clearly communicated amongst the IOUs that there is an end future in sight for this transition. Until we have that promise or that at least vision, it's very difficult to communicate the benefits of all these steps being taken to make a better climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. Obviously, I'm my coworker, so we tend to agree on a lot of these things. But one thing that's been brought up a lot today is trust, and I think Brianna's comments really speak to that. Folks paying their electric bills, they do feel like they're paying for a service, and that's not always a trusting relationship between a customer and someone who's having to, and the custom that's being provided. One of the guiding lights, and I suppose this is one of the advantages in the nonprofit world, you'll hear CAPOC talk about it, you'll hear Second Harvest Irvine talk about it from their leadership and their CEOs, our leadership. We're trying to work to put ourselves out of business. When we talk about feeding people, we talk about ending hunger. We talk about what it's going to look like when we no longer have to operate a food bank in the future. And I don't know how that translates into energy and utilities, since of course everyone's going to need electricity going forward, certainly to mitigate climate change. But I don't know what that looks like for investor-owned utilities, since that's kind of a different model. But certainly as a basis for trust, hopefully something that can be considered.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. Hello. My name is Tomas. I'm a climate advocate and organizer with Climate Action Campaign. I'm here with my colleague David. We're a local policy watchdog here in Orange County, but we're based in San Diego. I wanted to respond to Zara's original comment on what has not been discussed today in terms of helping CBOs and community members engage with the CPUC. I think one very concrete way is helping them become parties to these proceedings. At Climate Action Campaign, we've only recently become parties to the hydrogen and the building decarb proceeding, and we're starting to learn about the various ways we can advocate for these changes to happen. And so what I think would really help with CBOs and community members is really teaching them how they can become parties and advocate for themselves in these proceedings, because usually these proceedings are territories of the IOUs and organizations that have resources to engage at the CPUC. And local CBOs don't really know how to do that. So going forward, I think that's one great resource that CBOs can have.
Hi, Sanai Porthal from Otsego Solar. I also serve on the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group, but I'm here on my nonprofit capacity. Just to add to the point that Thomas just made, I think CBOs are small and, with bandwidth issues and resource issues and all that stuff happening, and also focusing on different issues. So when you have a proceeding such as this one, you can reach out to people, but there is insecurity and like, I don't know what they're talking about. I don't want to go spend my time not knowing how to participate. So I think just what would be helpful in my mind would be, even for the IOUs when they're doing their outreach and community engagement, is just to have some kind of database of all the community-based organizations that are located in different regions. That way you could have like regional workshops, for example, just informational workshop to get people up to speed about the subject matter. And also, of course, resources are, really critical for these community-based organizations. I don't know who would be providing those resources, but having some funding to compensate them for their time. And if also these community-based organizations are somehow organized and knowing like who is who in their own region, then they would be able to say, hey, I'm working on this one, and then I know, like for example, our organization works in educating, outreach and education and renewable energy in Orange County. I know, Kulosi, right? She's doing something similar to us, but hers is mostly resiliency and disaster preparedness. But other organizations may not know these resources. They may not know who I am. They may not know who the other organizations that are represented today here. So how do we create that kind of database? I think that may be a good place to start.
Well, I was just thinking about this. I mean, listening, I've heard the comments before about the challenges of getting party to proceedings, right? And that's a way that your voice actually gets heard. And we learned that through our own process of wanting to become a REN with our 3 local government organizations. And it just, it occurs to me is one of the roles of RENs in California are to fill gaps where programs and services provided by the IOUs are not there, unable or unwilling to provide those services, to hit those hard to reach and disadvantaged communities, and then to identify and ideally develop programs that can be scaled. And so what we have done in Riverside and San Bernardino County over the last couple of years is try to, one, establish as many institutional partnerships as we can. We've partnered with Los Angeles County and their Southern California Coalition for the CEC's Equitable Building Decarbonization Program, the EBD program. And part of our effort there is that IREN will be putting out a solicitation to bring in as many CBOs as we can for that funding, to be our boots on the ground to engage with the communities based in their respective communities, whether it's through the churches, through the community action partnerships, through the political action, the climate action groups. And so I was just thinking, wow, wouldn't it be kind of interesting if we had some sort of trainings for local CBOs on what it means to be a party to a proceeding, what that looks like, CPUC 101 kind of stuff, because we hear it a lot, and we're learning and we're trying to educate our local governments about those, the various proceedings, and I think that there is, I think that there's a lot of value for empowering regional energy networks like ours to be that kind of voice and source of information to go into the communities, because it is super complicated, and if so I think that there's a role there, and so I was just jotting down notes and thinking through things.
Thanks so much. Sadly, we are running low on our time together, and we do have a couple more questions we want to get to. But as a reminder, we're going to be collecting informal comments like throughout this proceeding, so we really want to hear from all of you.
Really quick as a follow-up, I think that is important, the party status issues for those that do want to be, and we need to take a look at what and how we're doing that, and we're doing some of that work with tribes in our tribal rulemaking. But I also want to make sure, in addition to that, we don't lose sight of the fact that the CAVA process, the community engagement plan, being different than party status, we're going to be directing the utilities on what they need to do this engagement, to create this document that's going to be used in as a foundational document potentially in these other proceedings that Megan went over this morning. So I think both of these are equally important, and making sure that we get really good, strong feedback from you on how the utilities can do that engagement, I think is going to be really important, and can maybe also lay the foundation for further discussions beyond this proceeding on other engagement as well.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to pass it back to Megan.
I just want to follow up on the commissioner's remarks. One of the reasons we're doing informal comments to follow up to these workshops is to broaden beyond people who have to be parties to the proceeding, but we still want you to impact the record and the decision. So we're using forums like this. It'll be incorporated into the record, but so we're looking for ways to broaden that. That doesn't completely address that we shouldn't look for ways that people should maybe understand how to become parties, but we're also trying to address it on the other end. And Megan, before we all leave, will talk about that process.
Yeah, those will be my final slides, so don't stress. You will get some more instructions. Yeah, so I do want to hit on a couple more questions, if you will give me a little more of your time. Just a few more. But I did want to put a finer point on what the commissioner is saying about how the engagement with the CAVA process is through the IOUs that is different than being a party to a proceeding where we're creating CPUC policy. The CAVAs are created by the IOUs, so that they are two kind of distinct forums. But if you ever have any further questions on that, just email me. Okay, so just a few more questions here. Now, I did want to jump back to, I was talking about equity metrics a little bit earlier this afternoon, and I wanted to ask a couple of questions on that just to make sure that we know what priorities communities want us to be talking about in that space. And specifically, I'd like to ask, when it comes to measuring and quantifying the adaptive capacity or climate vulnerability of a community, or measuring the benefits to a community of doing climate actions, what kind of indicators do you think we need to be looking at? What kind of things should we be measuring, either when it comes, again, to risk and vulnerability or benefits?
Hello again. I actually recently did a big research project on this. Community Action Partnership recently established what they called health equity zones. So we're trying to actually measure this impact on a very small scale. We're focusing on census tracts designated based on the Cal Enviro screen designations around our physical service locations, our 3 family resource centers. And a big thing that I've noticed is immigration status. You are missing out on a lot of data because a lot of these figures, especially in places like unincorporated Orange County, or just unincorporated communities, typically have a larger immigrant population. They are still paying somebody, right? Somebody's still getting paid. The lights are still getting paid to be on. There is a big gap of data that we've noticed that isn't being taken isn't looked at, and that's where our CBO has come into place. We looked at, they did a community engagement project in Stanton, for example, and we do want to do some other things in Orange to kind of bridge that gap, but that is a big inequity in data that we've seen, and it's very difficult to model because people are just scared to answer questions when the census tract comes around or people with surveys are coming. There's just an inherent distrust between authority. So that was something that I did want to flag as something to note.
Thank you. Anyone online? Okay, no one online. Yeah.
It was on the slide, but I wanted to emphasize public health or health impacts on people. I think that's where you're going to get just the biggest quantifiable element of people who are suffering ill health as a result of their inability to either pay a utility bill or having to pay too much for a utility bill, any direct health impacts due to heat, poor air quality, poor water quality, all of the above. It's, yeah.
Well, and even the other way around, health impacts can make it harder to, yeah, pay for things.
Also, the proximity to polluting sources. I recently went out to the field to do an asthma assessment, right? CAP OC also does asthma remediation through Medicaid, which so under Caliam Community Supports. Just giving that a shout out because a lot of people don't know about that. But anyways, I went to a mobile home park, and there is 3 active oil wells within maybe, well, no, there's 1 active oil well within the mobile home park itself. There are 3 on the other side of the street. That is probably like the biggest thing you need to know is like where are the proximity of the polluting sources and visualizing that for your people, because many people don't even know. And we understand that a lot of this infrastructure is also hidden. So we need to make it very publicly available and visible, and also noted well within these research findings that like, hey, this is a polluting source that is within your own backyard, and you have no idea. So just also another thing I'd like to highlight.
And those are the active ones, not the uncapped.
Yeah, the floods.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take one last comment, and then I have a final question, and then we are totally at time.
So I think are we talking about what indicators do we have that a community is capable of adapting specifically to utility infrastructure disruptions? Okay, so that would include like related to climate change, meaning heat, brownout, power outage. What happens to that community that are capable of adapting to that moment that you'd probably be looking at alternatives to managing heat, possibly, I'm thinking, right? So you might look at urban heat index. You might look at tree canopy. You might look at households with air conditioning. Oh, did I? Permeable terrain. Or if you're talking about flooding, disrupting power, how do we manage, is the community capable of adapting in that circumstance where the power is down during a flood? Well, what does that really mean? I mean, are we looking, so are you needing to look at like flood risk? It's like all this whole conversation, we have to keep looking at it through the lens of the utility infrastructure. Otherwise, we're going to have wild conversations that aren't germane. We have no authority to do anything about.
No, absolutely. And, what you're talking about here is like, well, what is the scope is kind of what I'm hearing from you. And I think that does get back to kind of what we're going to need to define in this following workshop when we get into the weeds on the technical side is, okay, we want to measure stuff. What does that look like? So more to come on that. Final question. Can you guys get that slide up for me? So this is specific to the definition of disadvantaged and vulnerable communities. Throwing it up on the slide for your reference and recognizing we only have a couple minutes left here. Apologize that this one's getting squished at the end. Is this an appropriate definition? I think we kind of talked about in the utility presentations and in the discussion that this is both too broad maybe, but also not broad enough. So I'm looking for any final thoughts or comments on how you might change this, what some of the most glaring flaws in it are.
Megan?
Yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
So I think I might have mentioned this at the Northern California workshop. Maybe I think Patrick and I were, broad jumping off of each other there. RAND has done a lot of work looking at this. We recently just finished up a California Energy Commission funded piece of work where we partnered with Southern California Gas and had Southern California Edison on our technical advisory committee. And one of the things that we noticed throughout that project is that these definitions do capture a large number of groups in the environmental justice space, but they're also missing certain groups. For example, if you care about income, we could potentially look at the renters that are having the care and fair rates. They are clearly, low income. That is on record, so we don't have to worry about the vagaries of like, oh, the census tract has some low income, but whoops, I found the millionaire who lives there and I'm helping them out, not the people who need it. So that's one of several examples, and I'm told our CEC report should be published soon, and I think there was a Northern California one as well. So.
These metrics are good. One of the things that I want to make sure the metrics do is, what is the post hoc metric? After you have done the intervention, after you have implemented the CAVA and the community engagement plans, there still will be 25% of the census tracts will still be the worst scoring census tracts. But have we moved the needle? Have we made the 25 worst off better? The metrics need to capture, have we made things better? And these don't quite get there. I think they're in the right direction, and I think we can refine them to do that.
I look forward to participating in our next workshop.
And following up on the sister from Rand, one of the things we came across is, like in Irvine, you have like the Groves, which is a senior mobile home park community. You have the Meadows, which is a senior mobile home park community. But if you look at the EnviroScreen, that area is not eligible, but everybody in those tracts, everybody in those senior communities are on care. So how do you address that? You've got probably 9 of them in Lake Forest. You've got some in Mission Viejo. You have some out in San Juan Capistrano that they won't fit on the EnviroScreen track, but you have this large number of care receiving customers that their opinion should count as well. But if they're not in that track, it's almost like they don't exist.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, Mayor Khan, go ahead.
I want to follow up on that because that's a very important point. For our city, being the master plan city that we are, we built into our planning equitability, right? So we wanted to make sure that all of our affordable housing units were spread around so that anyone living there had access to the same schools, the same parks, the same shopping centers, the same resources. That's great. But when it comes to what the Reverend said, when you're looking at those tracks, we don't qualify as low income. We cannot even show that we have low income. 21% of our population is low income. That's 61,000 people. However, because they're spread out and we built equity into the way we developed our city, it doesn't count. So they get missed out.
Hello, my name is Linda Kramer. I'm the Community Engagement Manager at the Orange County Power Authority, and we're the community choice aggregator in the area. But I'm going to speak personally to something that I have had a lot of concern about and learned more about when I participated with Cool OC in one of your neighborhood cool blocks, it was called. Technologically challenged, and especially always concerned about that when we have climate emergencies and events, because my own father lives in Arizona. During COVID, it took me forever to get him the resources he needs. He doesn't have a cell phone. And I have 3 neighbors that live alone, elderly neighbors, and constantly working with them, and our local church Trellis, who is concerned about that. But just the idea of phone trees, volunteers in the neighborhood, that's one of the questions we had in our block. Who are the people that somebody actually needs to go to the door for? Because there might be police and fire going to doors, but not quick enough. So it's just something that I wanted to point out.
Thank you very much. Now we are running up against time. Let me check if there's anyone online for this question. No, no hands raised. Okay. I could take maybe one last comment on definition. DBC?
I think, again, from Otsego Solar, that we work and programs partnership with grid alternatives implementing the DAC/SASH program and the SOMA program, and we often use the CalEnviroScreen measures, and there are homeowners that would say, well, my neighbor qualified for this, incentive program, but I live just across the street and I'm not qualifying. So how do you, is that just a failure for the map, or is it just because we don't know where to stop disadvantaged communities from, just the regular community line? Can somebody explain, how is that divided? Because we run into that all the time. It's just like, you can't tell a person just living across the street that you can't qualify for these incentives because the map just ends in front of your house.
Yeah, we got one comment over here.
I don't know the answer to your question, but I want to build on it because I come across the same thing, and I'm just wondering how often the screen is updated, because it seems like it's every couple of years. So it could be that the data is a couple years old. And then another running theme I notice is, I wonder if there's any data sharing from, somebody mentioned SNAP and Medi-Cal recipients, because it does take into account, certain additional benefits for seniors. And obviously, if you're a senior, you're a little more vulnerable. And if you're a senior living alone, you're a little more vulnerable. So I just wonder about some of those.
Definitely. And I think it's safe to say that there is some sort of data lag with CalEnviroScreen. Data is always takes some time to clean up data, right? Any comments from the utilities on dividing lines? Oh, yeah, Ryan.
I actually just also want to piggyback off of the eligibility requirements, essentially, because as a municipality and other municipalities, but specifically us here in Irvine, when we look to apply for grants for various programs to potentially provide, I'm just throwing just a hypothetical out there, like if we wanted to get funding to provide solar to residents who couldn't necessarily afford solar, or any type of other sustainability initiatives, what disqualifies Irvine quite a bit is because we're not considered a disadvantaged community, even though we have such over 60,000 residents are, low income. So like finding a way to where the definition can not necessarily be, or just the requirements, not necessarily based on like that territory, because as the mayor mentioned, within our community master plan, it's spread throughout our community because we want everybody to have an equal opportunity to the various education and schools that Irvine provides. So that's something that's also been very frustrating from the municipality standpoint when we're trying to get additional funding to help our community be more sustainable.
Thank you. And I will take Tomas, and then I'm going to have to cut us off, which I hate because this is such a good conversation.
I think one historical piece of data that we're kind of overlooking is formerly redline communities. Like there are whole maps of towns with like blocks of red and green saying which would be invested in and which would not be. So perhaps we could use those very maps that were used to oppress certain communities to then reinvest into them. So that's one idea.
Thank you, Tomas. Okay, with that, I am closing the discussion. I want to thank you all for your insight and your thoughts and for being here. And I am now going to turn it over to Commissioner Houck for some closing remarks.
So I just wanted to thank everyone for being here. I want to thank the utilities for the time and effort that they're putting into this and the thoughtful presentations we saw this morning. I want to thank all of the participants on the panels, the community groups, tribal representatives, and municipal entities for your work. This is really important to get it right for the decision that we're going to be issuing out of this proceeding, and looking at what the community engagement is going to look like for our CAVAs. And I am looking forward to continuing the conversation at our upcoming workshop next month. And again, just want to thank everyone. I want to thank our staff, Judith Clay, Cheryl Cox, and most of all Megan for all of her work on this, and Zara, and our IT folks for being here. They really made this happen. And again, thanks to everyone, and Amanda in my office for all of her work in this proceeding. So again, we're really looking forward to hearing more from you through the comments that Megan's going to talk about, I think, in a minute, and just getting as complete of a record and as much information as we can to make sure that we're incorporating it into our decision making.
Absolutely. And I also want to hand it over to Mayor Khan for any final remarks.
Well, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Huck. Really appreciate you being here. Your entire team has been amazing. And everyone here, the discussion has been just so enlightening to understand what's coming from the utilities and what's needed in our communities. I hope that we are able to host you in the future as well, because this is an ongoing conversation that we'd love to be a part of. So I also want to thank Sanite Forthall, my Sustainability Commissioner and newly appointed to the CPUC CEC Disadvantaged Committees Advisory Group. Wanted to get that right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks. And just really quickly, I apologize. I want to thank Mayor Khan and the city of Irvine for hosting us. This is a beautiful location, and we do look forward to coming back again.
Wonderful.
All right, and before I free you all, I did have a couple final slides, lock the doors, just to give you a little bit of direction for how, what our next steps are. Okay, next slide. Nope, no, not those, go back. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So let's see. So comments from this workshop will be due on November 15th. And again, these are informal comments. So there's the way that we do formal comments through the proceeding where it goes officially through the docket. You don't have to do that. You're just going to email them to me. And these will help us as staff develop our thoughts and ideas as we move on into the proposal process and the decision-making process. So again, my email's up on the screen, and we are going to also be putting these slides and a recording of this workshop up on our website. Again, if you're not on my email list, if you didn't receive the workshop notice directly from me, then you might not be on my email list, so email me and I will make sure you get on my list. So as we've talked about, the next workshop will be on November 20th. This is going to be a much more technical workshop. It's going to be really focused on equity metrics and on climate adaptation vulnerability metrics. And that one will be, again, a hybrid workshop just like this, but it will be, the physical location will be at the CPUC headquarters in San Francisco. And, more information to come on that. And so all of the comments that we receive, all the comments that were given here today, and comments that were at our previous workshops, we will be using these to inform a staff proposal that we will be putting out in the record of the climate adaptation proceeding for comment in early 2025. And then that will then flow into a decision or a proposed decision in mid-2025. So you are welcome to subscribe to the proceeding where you will receive literally every document that's put into the proceeding docket. So you're able to do that, and the proceeding is 18-04-019. But again, these slides will be online, so you don't have to write all that down right now. Next slide.
Megan, just really for clarification, just so I make sure I heard correctly, because I thought I heard Cheryl say something slightly different than what you just said. The comments that we're getting from the parties that you're referring to as informal, they're going to be included as an appendix to the staff proposal and docketed in the proceeding? Because they will be part of the record, correct?
My understanding is that they will be, yes.
All right, I just wanted to.
Yeah. So the mailing list that I had mentioned, this slide gives a little more information on that. We also have a docket card search tool. There's a link on this slide. So again, when you get access to the slides, you can follow these links. And we also have a decision search tool. So if you know the actual number code of a decision, you can search that way. The resource that we do currently have for, if you're overwhelmed by engaging with CPUC processes, you can always reach out to the Public Advisor's Office. They can help provide you with procedural information, kind of orient you to what you're looking for. So that link will take you to them, and they can also show you how to formally participate as a party if that's something you're interested in pursuing. Next slide. Okay. Yeah, so this is our contact information. That's a link to the CPUC's website specific to climate change. And again, feel free to contact me if you have questions or comments. And we just really want to thank you all for making the time to come. And for those who spoke, we really appreciate it. And for City of Irvine for hosting us, we're very, very grateful. And for our wonderful presenters, it's been a real treat to hear this conversation today. So I want to thank you all, and you are finally free to go.